Yeah.
The
Eagles are just happy to leave Green Bay with a dub and move to 7-2. And if you're Green Bay, you're going to be kicking yourself in more ways than one. And I don't even think that the kicker hooking what would have been the game-tying field goal is even in the top 3 on that list.
Well, the funny thing about it is the first attempt that he had when it was like a timeout called and he just got a kick anyway, and Sirianni was all upset that he got basically a free kick, that was much closer than the actual real kick. That kick actually just fell a little bit short, but this other one hooks badly, like you mentioned. I mean, it looked like one of them terrible. It looked like me when I was playing soccer back in the day, right? I never was that good. I was never good at running and kicking at the same time. It was like either I kick or I run, but I don't do both. So when I did, I was always like toe the ball somewhere and it'd go.
The final whistle has blown. The game is final. But we're not done yet. This is Green Bay Game Night, powered by ESPN Wisconsin. Live from the Gruber Law Office's One Call That's All studios in downtown Milwaukee. Alongside Packers Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher and former Badger and Packer Gary Ellerson, here's Emmy Award-winning Homer.
The Green Bay Packers score even fewer points than they did against Carolina, from 13 down to 10, lose to the Eagles 13-10. The Packers' record is 5-3-1. This is Green Bay Game Night. I am Homer. But before you all call it, 1-800-990-3776, let's hear from Packer Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher and his opening thoughts. Tausch?
I just an ugly game. Did not anticipate. I thought it would be tough to score, not to this degree. And I think the lesson that I learned tonight is we have a championship caliber defense, and right now we don't have a playoff qualifying offense. And that doesn't even, I'm not even going to count the special teams. Philadelphia, I don't know what Sirianni is doing at the end of that game. That's one of the most dumb things I've ever seen a coach do. Punt the ball. What are you thinking? They give you another chance. And I believe if Haversick is in the game, we're still playing. If they activate Haversick, I think, they probably kick a couple of those field goals they didn't. And he has a shot to make it there. So just a total mismanagement. Offensively, I don't know what the hell we're doing. If it ain't Josh Jacobs, we ain't got nothing. We can't line up. We get 2 big plays that get pulled back because we can't line up. I think offensively, Packer fans have every right to be as disgruntled as they are because these last couple weeks, at least last week, you moved the football. You just got red zone stopped. Tonight was just bad. And if this is what we have offensively, so you talk about winning a championship? Come on. This defense is good enough. This defense is very good. But this offense, as we're sitting here right now, is worse than it was last year at the end when it was disjointed. I don't know what word he's going to use tonight other than disjointed, non-rhythmic, and just completely moribund. This offense was pathetic tonight.
Pathetic,
moribund.
Yes. Pathetic.
Oh, both the same.
Pathetic.
They mean the same thing. So my opening statement is that that is as disappointing after a loss at home, everything to play for, and offensively you absolutely stunk. And your defense put a great effort against a good offense, and you wasted it again. And I don't know how many times you can waste great defensive performances, but right now our offense looks like they don't have any concept of what they're trying to do. They can't get out of their own way. And when that's the case, you talked about wrapping up the division. We better start thinking about a lot less than that as we're sitting here right now. If this offense can't get it together, it's going to be New Year's going to come early, if you know what I mean. And that is my
I know what you mean. The question is, do you think they can get it back?
I don't know. I was curious what tonight would look like without Tucker Kraft. Obviously, this is a monster gaping hole. And then you take Jaden Reed, who's not been with us, able to play. Romeo Dobbs missed time tonight. But even with that, Josh Jacobs is everything. And I'm sure you got the same text I got. Does Matt LaFleur trust Jordan Love? Jordan Love makes another boneheaded mistake at the end of the half. And right now, no. Offensively, how can you have any confidence in where this team is offensively? Because they don't have any confidence in this team offensively.
Right.
So why would I?
They can't run the ball well enough to just run the ball. And so, they were at 50 yards, I think, midway through or almost at the end of the first half. I have to check to see where I had that.
Well, Josh Jacobs ended up with 74. They ended up with 104 yards rushing.
Yeah, but he had 70 and how many carries? He gets
176
He gets
passing.
like 3 yards a carry. He had 3.5. Come on.
Yeah, it was and then when you need it on 4th and 1, you go out a shotgun? Like, pick up the first down.
I'm like you. I don't know what he's trying to do.
I never thought we'd see this offense play this poorly. Did you ever think you'd see this offense play this poorly? Now, again, Tucker Kraft not being there, they didn't have any answers for that. People are going to play too high. They're not going to let you go over the top of them. And are we patient enough and consistent enough? We got drops. We have poor throws.
No, the biggest thing you mentioned was the penalties. And these penalties are, I don't know who you blame, the coach or the player. They were bad penalties.
Yeah, you bring a jumbo package in, you don't have
line up right?
A guy uncover.
I mean, that's basic,
coaching.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's where you have to trust your personnel groupings to know what the hell they're doing.
But that's pretty basic to know, right?
Yes, it's very basic.
Okay.
Yeah, that can't happen.
I like that. Happened. So the Packers are now 5-3-1. Have a game.
What a was that just one I know everybody on ESPN was trying to sell it like this was some compelling content tonight. Disagree. That was boring, bad football.
Until the end.
It wasn't as if both defenses played good football, but partially because both offenses stunk.
That's correct. Yeah, Philly's not very good.
No, I don't think Philly's offense, they can't run it. They can't run it. They're very limited. And the play, if we tackle Saquon, we'd probably win this game. I don't know if we would have scored because we wouldn't have went up tempo. Why we don't go up tempo? I'm not up there, and I could have told you, go up tempo.
Yeah.
You don't go up tempo at all. That's the only time you score. I don't know. I just don't know what they're doing. Like, I don't have a concept of what they're trying to accomplish. Somebody can help me. I don't know.
Oh, I think you know. They're trying to establish running the ball.
I don't like the answers. I don't like the answers is what I think.
And, again, and to me there were plays in which Jordan Love missed people. But on the last drive, you're talking on Jacobs, that's like bad. I said high school about the coaches, but when you come out of the backfield and you're going in a direction, that's the way you turn your head. I mean, as they said, it was wide open.
Yeah, but that's Charlie check down, and I know that's how Philly got theirs. Yeah, that was not good. There is no rhyme or reason to what we're doing.
Yeah, and they're mistakes too. On top of that,
well, you factor all that in. Yeah, I mean it is. I can understand why Packer fans are going to be incredibly disappointed by what they saw tonight because offensively, I don't know if we've seen much worse from Matt LaFleur. Maybe that first game way back when his first game in Chicago when we won 10-0, and it was that's kind of how this game felt.
But
to
you
me.
feared with no Tucker Kraft this could happen.
I was wondering how are you going to replace him?
And Dobbs was gone too at the end of the game. You also have to mention that.
Yeah, but were they lighting it up with Dobbs beforehand?
No.
Philly's got one great corner, and it felt like, why are we targeting him?
Yes, I thought of that as well.
He knew where every pass was going. It's going to Wicks. Okay, I'll cover him. Oh, it's going to Dobbs. I'll cover him. Oh, Christian Watson's going to run. Oh, I'll cover him.
Don't you just automatically,
if they know what's going on?
No, wherever he is, you throw somewhere else. But I don't know how much that can happen.
There's a corner that they just picked up on a trade.
Yes.
I don't even know his name because we never threw at him.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
And this is a bad night for Matt LaFleur. Last week was. This week, those calls for Matt LaFleur, they're not going to get quieter after tonight's performance. I can tell you that.
I don't think he knows what to do. Or they can't do what he wants to do, and so...
Homer, does he trust Jordan Love? Because I saw that a bunch on my text. I put a tweet out at halftime, and a lot of folks just don't feel like he's calling a game like he trusts his quarterback. He?
I'll defer to you. I don't.
Well, I'm asking you.
Do I think? I
don't think he does.
All right.
No,
I don't know what he's doing. Like I said, they did it at the end of the game, the last game. Just get the ball, move. They had a stretch where they had to because it was the end of the game. But again, they do nothing the whole game. Then at the end of the game, they go down the field and score. I think you probably have to assume part of that was because Philly was willing to let them score, right? But.
That was a part of it, but
the Packers still had a chance.
Going up tempo definitely helped, and for whatever reason, we decided that wasn't what we wanted to do. So,
and in that drive, they passed at about the same percentage that they did at the end of the game in the last game. All right, let's go to Sugar Free. Sugar Free, you're on. It's not a nightmare; it's more of a disappointment. Because nobody's saying, Philly's good. No, I don't think they're going too far in the playoffs either. Sugar Free, you're on Green Bay.
Well, they're going to win their division. Hey, they're going to win their division.
Yes.
I don't think we're not in a position to be able to say that right now.
I would agree with you there. Yes, Sugar Free.
Thank God I did not go to this game. Wow. Yeah, it's very disturbing. It's very disappointing. After Carolina, and then you do another one, and you got 20 points in 2 games. And, no up.
Actually,
in the beginning,
to be fair, Sugar Free, it's 23. But
23.
They lost 13-10 and 16-13. They could have used 13 tonight. The Packers, by the way, are now in third place in the division, a half game behind the Bears and the Lions, and they are still ahead of the Vikings. Yes, Sugar. How many wins did you say they were going to have?
13.
Yeah. Would you like to change that now?
Yeah, I'll stick by it, but I don't know how.
What? Wait a minute. I'll give you a second chance. Will they win 13 games this season?
They're going to have to get in here. They're going to play a Giants team really bad.
A question. Are they going to win 13 games this season?
Yes, they're going to win 13.
Right,
they have to go on it.
They would have to win 8 games in a row.
Sure, they got to win out to get to 13.
They'd have to win out. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they got a good game next week without a coach. So
I don't know.
That would be one.
Giants defense is all right.
There's 7 after that. Sugar Freak, we're going to give you one more chance because we like you. Just say there's no chance the Packers can win 13 games. There's
no chance the Packers can win 13 games.
Very good. Thank you.
Shug.
Don't you feel better?
Oh, boy.
12 would be awesome. I would take 12. I'll take 11.
I'll take 11 now. You give me 11, I'm happier than a clam.
Yes.
Okay. So one thing I want to say, I'm going to give kudos to Tauscher. Yeah, last week I was on a tangent, and I said at the end, the Packers going to be able to stop Barkley, and Tauscher was all over that. He said Dottle was the back, and so he was all over that. So I give kudos to him. He knew that. But I'm going to tell you what I said. If you look at their game, you look at the offense. They don't throw a ball over the middle. There's no crossing pattern. There's no over the middle quick throws. There's just none.
Well, hey, Shug.
What?
Quickly, you saw the one crossing route where Jacobs ran into, I think it was Musgrave, and they basically donked each other on that play at the end of the game where Jordan ended up having to eat it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. Well, I mean, they didn't even throw it there. I mean, they have that was the only one that I saw.
No,
and
there was the one where they said that Watson was open, cutting across when they threw it deep to.
Well, yeah, he doesn't throw it over. They don't throw it over the middle.
We don't know. Is that LaFleur or is that Love?
That's just their game plan. They like to go out. I mean, they're just out always. I mean, I don't know. So, they don't even throw the tight end, even over the middle. So, and the line, I saw Banks just miss a lot. I thought Banks had a real bad game, and I thought, Ryan filled in okay, but I saw some pressure in there in Love's face, knockdowns. So I don't know. We're gonna have to do something. I mean, LaFleur better get his team ready to go here. I mean, his offense, especially, right? So that's all. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say either.
Yeah, Shug, thanks for the call. The offense stinks right now. Yeah. The offense stinks.
Correct.
It does. There's no way to sugarcoat that, and that's Matt LaFleur's baby.
Yeah.
And right now, it stinks.
I think they play from under center more often rather than the shotgun every play.
I'd love to see some tempo. You have to do something different because Josh Jacobs is running his keister off, but what did you say, 3.5 yards a carry?
Yeah.
We have no explosive plays. We just there's no consistency or rhyme or reason to what we're doing. So until that changes, I don't know. I mean, maybe we saw what Jordan did in that second half against Pittsburgh. I'd go back and look. What did we do? Can we replicate any of that? Because the no Tucker Kraft thing, you knew it was going to be a blow, but you kind of thought you could mask it and do some different things, and that did not happen tonight. So what is going to change in the next 2 or 3 weeks? I don't know. I hope they know, because I don't know.
Let's go to Jeff in Milwaukee. Jeff, you're on Green Bay Game. Good night.
Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I unfortunately, I couldn't be less surprised by this performance.
Because
I don't think Matt LaFleur is a good coach. The mistake, and there is evidence of it on so many levels. Number one, when you can't get your team lined up and get them in the right position, and you're just taking plays away from yourself, like Tauscher said, that is coaching, okay? It's coaching. He does not develop game plans. When's the last time you consistently saw them play a game in a half where guys were wide open? I think it would be – I'll tell you, one of the things that was really instructive for me yesterday, since the Packers didn't play, I actually watched some other games, and my conclusion after watching the games is the Packers are so inferior, and LaFleur is so inferior to some of these other coaches in terms of designing a game plan. Nobody's ever wide open, and I'll tell you what he doesn't do. He doesn't consistently get the ball into the playmakers. He's got this system approach, which is ridiculous. And he also, like you guys talked about, go after the weakness on the other team's defense. How many times did they go after one of the best cornerbacks in the league? That is pure coaching. It is. And I don't think he's good. And finally, as a leader, okay, when you look at some of these other teams, I'll tell you who's got a really good coach, you guys, the Bears. And you just better admit it. Because I'll tell you, Ben Johnson, the coach of the Lions, the coach of the Rams, the coach of the 49ers, these teams take on the personality of their coach. You can see it. They're aggressive. They're not afraid of anything, and they have this attitude like they're going to win. And the Packers lack all of that. And you saw it last week. When Matt LaFleur gets nervous and gets uptight, he just can't function. And I think it is time to move on. Tausch, it's not like he's having a bad night tonight. This is a theme. And if this is the biggest problem I have with him, if his initial plan that he has for a game isn't effective, he has no idea what to do after that.
Yeah, the numbers are really, really bad early in games. This is the number you're going to hear. His record is impressive at 72-36-1. However, after the first 3 years, they are 33-26-1. And one of those was with the last year of Aaron Rodgers. So
pretty average.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty average. And look at you guys, what you need from a coach is when things are tough, you need somebody who's going to lead you through it. And he is the exact opposite. He is the problem that's keeping them where they are. Jordan Love is not the problem. I'm sorry, he's not. It's LaFleur's job to get the offense in a rhythm.
Oh, hold on. By the way, I want to apologize. The guy said he's right. They lost 10-7, so
okay.
I said 10-13.
When's the last time you saw this, and I'm just asking, this offense in a rhythm or guys wide open?
Pittsburgh, fourth quarter.
Right, but that's one quarter. That's one quarter out of the – he is so I'll let you guys go. I've made my point, and I just want to give a shout-out to an incredible Packer fan out in Connecticut, Brad Gordykunst, great Packer fan, lives and dives with the team. And thank you guys for having the show.
You got it. And Sugar Free was right. They have scored 20 points in the last 2 weeks, 13 and 7. So duly noted. All right, more for your questions for
Homer. Why do we keep going to McManus when they don't trust him to kick? The 57-yard field goals are 47-yard field goals in my day.
Right.
Like 10 or 15 years ago. We didn't even blink to think to try a 57-yarder when it's 3-0? What are we doing? Seriously, why are we putting a guy? He tells the production, or Troy Aikman says, this is the first time his quads felt at least decent. What are we doing?
I don't have an answer.
He's kicked 3 weeks now. We have a kid that was crushing it, and he's sitting on our roster. And if we get rid of him, I guarantee you this, the best team in the NFC, the Rams, are going to grab him. And tonight, nobody in America thought he was making that kick. And is it a long kick? Yes. But is it makeable in today's NFL? Absolutely. And he does a kick that he shouldn't even be allowed. He's lucky he didn't get penalized on it. And he is so bad that LaFleur says, let's go run a play to try to steal 3 yards. And you got a kid sitting there in a coat that you know is going to at least get the ball there. Like, that's bad ball.
They just thought he was healthy enough.
But he's proven he's not.
I mean,
free Havrasik. Free Havrasik.
I would think there's a really good chance that no, I don't.
You put him on IR 2 or 3 weeks ago.
No,
he's back. No, McManus, I said put him on IR 2 weeks ago. He wasn't healthy.
Right.
You put him on, he's out for 4 weeks. You don't take up a roster spot. Havrasik kicks, boom, boom, boom. And if McManus comes back, he's healthy, great. He's back kicking. If he's not, we got a guy that can do it.
I think they may
so
do that now.
Tonight you do this. Where on earth in today's NFL with a guy, and McManus got a big leg. It's not like he can't kick long kicks. You don't even think to kick a 57 and a 59-yard field goal?
Did you really think that?
I don't know, man.
Really?
Did I what?
You think they would have tried a 57 or 59? Really? Okay.
They had opportunities.
I know
they didn't do it.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look how often.
Well, go look.
In the past, they've tried 57s or 59s.
Of course they do. Homer, this isn't your mom's NFL kickers anymore.
We'll go back.
You're not talking about Jan Stenerud kicking 38-yard field goals thinking, oh, my God, it's unbelievable.
Yes, I'd like to know how
a guy made a 68-yard field goal, no problem. Aubrey's kicking 65-yarders like they're going out of style.
I'd like to look and see how often teams take
go ahead and look.
57. Well, I'll have to go to AI. But, yes, it looks like they should have. I think they'll probably put McManus on injured reserve or put him on 4 weeks now.
I don't know what they're going to do. Oh, right. I don't know.
Well, of course no one knows.
I don't know. Oh, they know. Somebody knows.
No, I don't think they feel like they
I'm irritated. You're not more irritated about that. You're irritated about everything.
I know, but I'm not. I would have done what they did. So how irritated can I be?
Go to break. Until you get irritated, I want you to go to break.
Oh, no, you want me irritated about the field goal?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to get as irritated.
All right,
I'm not. I don't think
great.
people automatically
I'm irritated with you now.
I'm
irritated with you.
They take 57 and 59-yarders. If you're saying that this is what the team didn't do,
in a game you can't get a point. In a game you're struggling to even get. You're struggling to get in field position, and you're not going to try kicking a.
No, you're not. I don't think so.
Yeah.
No.
Nah.
What? Nah. Then you're just thinking the team stinks.
Now I'm irritated with you. Go to break. I need a break. I need a break from you after this lack of irritation from you.
Lack of irritation on the field goal kicking. I want to make that clear.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it.
I'll bet you this.
50
Packer
yards
fans
offensively in like the first half.
Packer fans are more irritated.
They didn't try a 57 and 59-yard field goals. You know what the definition of a bad team is? When somebody complains after a loss, they should have taken a 57
your offense,
and
Homer,
59 yards.
Homer.
Yes.
Homer, this isn't a juggernaut offense. You get opportunities for points, you take them.
57 yards. Come on, man.
Yes.
Would you have tried
Come
one
on,
from,
man, me.
Would you have gone for 63? Where offense is bad. Let's give him a shot at a new record.
They just tried it.
What?
Yeah, we're so good. Hey, Homer, our offense is so good. We want to pass up on opportunities to get points.
Okay,
great idea.
Of this game. Your memory of this game. Where does the field goal kicking stand in terms of 1 to 10? For me, it's about 10.
I don't know.
All right.
Now
I'm disappointed in you. Whatever. We'll take a break. Next.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ. Now's the time to plan your total experience getaway to the Island Resort and Casino. With over 450 hotel rooms and a luxurious spa, relax in style before diving into nonstop casino action. Watch your favorite teams on the big screens and enjoy great food and drinks at T. McSee Sports Bar or savor top-tier dining at Horizon Steakhouse. Then amp up your night with live music and comedy. Head to where the big game, big wins, and big fun come together. The Island Resort and Casino.
Oh no, there's only seltzer left, and it's passionberry almond fruit? Who comes up with these? Kick the aluminum can to the curb and mix up a cocktail you actually want with Tito's. It tastes great, it's gluten-free, and it's available in a variety of sizes for your convenience. The flavor abilities are endless. Tito's Handmade Vodka, the official spirit of whatever you want to drink. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
It takes a team to meet just about any goal, and that's as true on the football field as it is in the office. So it's good to know that you have the Gordon Flesch Company on your side. For more than 60 years, GFC has provided cutting-edge office technology for companies of all sizes, and as the nation's largest Canon dealer, GFC delivers the latest office technology, service, and is supported by the most experienced professionals in the industry. That's business technology managed. Visit gflesh.com to learn more.
Are you looking for reliable transportation this holiday season? I've got you covered. Hey, it's Jen Latta from ESPN Milwaukee. With holiday parties, family gatherings, and year-end events on the horizon, I trust Accutrans Group to handle all my private transportation needs. Whether it's a corporate function or a festive celebration, Accutrans gets me there safely and on time. As a veteran-owned business, they pride themselves on top-notch service that you can count on. Booking is easy, stress-free, and reliable. Just visit AccuTransGroup.com to reserve your holiday ride today. That's AccuTransGroup.com.
Change your grocery game plan to locally owned Century Foods, home of the best meat, freshest produce, and tastiest treats. Now through Wednesday, save on 11 to 32 ounce or 10 count selected varieties Starbucks coffee, $8.49. 32 ounce selected varieties International Delight Creamer, 2 for $7. 52 ounce selected varieties Florida's Natural Orange Juice, $3.99. 9.25 to 10.3 ounce selected varieties Healthy Choice Meals, 2 for $5.
I am starving.
Oh, no. Never walk into a Century when you're hungry.
Unless it's free sample day. Ooh, wow, pizza, yes. I'd love to try that one.
My husband thinks he can make a meal out of grocery store samples.
Need to wash this down. I think I see someone handing out samples in the liquor department.
Geez, can we focus on our list?
What's this?
It says you can win 2 tickets to Green Bay's home game against Chicago on December 7th.
Or autographed footballs, or a 4-pack of Green Bay Hall of Fame tickets.
You have to enter through Century's Facebook or Instagram.
I'll be entering this on my phone in the deli next to that cheese sample station.
Enter by November 12th.
Ready for the snap, and a timeout taken. The team looks a little bit lost. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, the winning play is simple. A whole house of new windows as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 6 years.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no interest. A championship move from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
No doubt, Wayne. And unlike the opponent's defense, Pella Windows actually stopped the drafts.
The draft picks we gave up for number 1 had to be the steal of the century.
True, but I'm talking about replacing old drafty windows.
Roger that. With energy-efficient windows that keep the cold out, you'll stay as toasty as a fan at a warm weather preseason game.
Pay as low as $297 a month for a whole house of new Pella windows.
Don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today.
Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 11/30/2025. You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ. React to the game by calling the Carbless Talk and Text Line, 800-990-3776.
Yes, this is Green Bay Game Night. The Packers lose 10-7, and Tauscher is upset because the kicking, they didn't go for a 57 and 58-yarder. This season, teams have gone for 57 or longer field goals 5% of the time.
Where are you getting that from?
That would be AI. That's where I get everything. I don't have to ask anybody.
Yeah.
I don't even need you. Sure. I can get Mark Tauscher AI, and you get rid of me and get Homer
I put
AI.
I put some stuff in an AI, and they said I was a male model. So let's take that for what it's worth. It's not caught up yet. Not going to diminish AI. It's coming. It's going to be a juggernaut. But come on now.
What do you mean? Come on now. People don't.
Our field goal kickers, Homer.
Yes.
Our field goal kickers kicking longer field goals than ever, more accurately than ever.
I've said the upright should
Period,
be close
Finn. Let's move on.
5 years ago. All right, let's move on.
Period, Finn. Move on.
Yes. Where does it rank in terms of the part that cost them the game?
It's low, but it's still it's a piece.
Yeah.
It's a piece to the puzzle.
No, you're the second time they went for, or the first time they went for it on 4th and 9. Incomplete. And then the second time on 4th and 11, They punted. I mean, the premise on those, well, is to get the other team in bad field position to where you can get good field position. But
they kicked it into the end zone. So they ended up gaining about 15 or 18 yards.
By about an inch on that as well, you would
don't
admit.
care.
I know you don't care. They
just
screwed
show me
up
the baby.
so many things. But, yes, I think that had they had substitute teacher, they would have tried a field goal on one of those 2 attempts.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well,
that's all I'm saying.
I will join that club. Let's see. Did it cost the game? No. I think they'll probably put him on injured reserve because the offense is so pathetic. They may need to risk. The guy's a nothing. He's a practice squad guy who was smoking hot this year versus a respectable kicker who's been very good his whole career. But things are going so bad.
He's not healthy.
I mean, it's hard to know from tonight. Healthy or not, that was an incredibly difficult kick. Jason, you're in Tosa. You're on with Mark Tauscher. Let her fly.
So I've been calling in since the Cleveland loss in Game 3 to say Matt LaFleur was not a coach who will ever get the Packers into a Super Bowl, and been asking Couch to tell me why I was wrong. And after last week's pathetic display against a bad Panthers team, as New Orleans proved yesterday,
yes,
I said the Packers will not only not finish first in the NFC,
they'll finish third.
They won't finish second.
Yeah, they're third right now.
There's plenty of room in those clubs for both you boys. But I have a question for both of you, especially Mr. Tauscher.
Okay.
Does Matt LaFleur even want to be the coach in Green Bay anymore? And I'm serious. He's giving off Mike Holmgren last season in Green Bay. I know I'm going to, and I want to be in Seattle vibes to me. He did not get his contract extension this offseason. Matt LaFleur has friends, colleagues throughout the league. He has been so bad this year. And Tausch, you keep saying, what are we doing here? Trust me, any thinking Packer fan is wondering the same thing. We didn't trade 2 first-round picks for him to come out and run Josh Jacobs, who's been injured, into a wall behind a mediocre offensive line. I don't think Goody paid Jordan Love $55 million a year to play with one hand behind his back. I think Matt LaFleur, there's a phrase out there, quiet quitting. He doesn't look like he wants to be there. He's been the worst part of the entire team all year. They gave up 13 points and lost to Cleveland. They gave up 13 points and they lost to
They gave
Carolina.
up 16 and lost to Carolina, and they gave up 10 and lost to Philly. Yes.
Exactly.
13, 16, and 10 are their 3 losses.
House, you could have brought someone off the Badgers offensive staff to do that.
Whoa.
The defense is stepped up. That's how bad he's been.
Whoa.
And I have a question.
Take that back.
I have a question.
Take that back.
I will not stand for that blasphemy after a great win on Saturday.
Yes, when the
Come on.
punter had more yards.
No blasphemy on the Badgers tonight. None.
They deserve great credit. Yes.
Serious question. If they lose to the 2-8 Giants, with the Giants quarterback rookie not playing on
Will he
Sunday
get fired?
as an interim coach, what would it take? Because, folks, Packer fans were sold a bill of goods. We were told this is a year of urgency. We're either urgent or he and his boss toss your favorite. Because I'll be honest with you, the offensive weapons aren't looking too good either. And the last 3 first-round picks aren't contributing. The free agents aren't looking too good. The entire operation, I hope Mr. Policy is paying attention. Because the Bears are 6-3, we're 5-3-1. And I will tell you this, the worst nightmare for that 1265 organization is a New England-Seattle Super Bowl. Elliott Wolf versus John Schneider. And I'll hang up and listen.
Now all of it was good except for bringing in the Wisconsin thing. It's a legitimate question. But nobody knows. Maybe you know, because I don't know policy. But if they lost to the Giants, would he fire LaFleur?
No. I'll start with this. He's not quiet quitting.
I would agree with
Is he – that part I would vehemently disagree with, but Matt LaFleur's had a tough stretch. And the point about urgency, Brian Gutekunst, who I believe he was talking about, he does not hire and fire Matt LaFleur.
Yep.
That's
right.
Ed policy.
Yep.
And Ed policy has said he's not extending anybody. He wants to see how this season plays out. And right now, Matt LaFleur is not in a great spot. He's not. This offense has, I wonder if Green Bay lays an egg in New York and has a 3-game losing streak and we're sitting here at 5-4-1. I do wonder where Ed Policy's mind is at. I wonder if he'll have to come out and do something similar to what Chris McIntosh did. I don't think so. I think Matt LaFleur is going to get this season, but if we do not make the playoffs, or if we continue to stumble around on offense
make the playoffs,
like we are,
he's done. Come on. We all know that, right?
If I may finish.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to join your club.
You can interject with. Yeah, obviously this team needs to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
absolutely. And you better go. Next week is a game you should win, but I don't know. Do you have any confidence? I don't even have confidence.
I have confidence.
And I am the king of. Huh?
I have confidence. Yes. What do you want to bet?
I think they will, but I'm not confident about it. What makes you confident? We just lost to the Panthers.
I understand.
And then we just lost to the Eagles, scoring
Correct.
7 points.
Yes. Yes, I think they're good enough to beat the Giants. Yes.
Oh, well, they're definitely good enough to beat the Giants, but will they do it?
They will do it, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I hope you're right. Okay.
And I would be willing to make a charity wager up to $1,000.
Wow.
That they will win.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to go to Ted's in Tosa and work that out.
I don't know if what you're doing there. We probably should get some legal. I don't think you can do that.
Charity things,
You're
I
not
can.
allowed
We're not
to.
betting. We're just donating money to charity.
Oh, well, you do what you do. I just want to make sure I'm rescinding myself
All right.
when
You're not
this ends
joining
up in a
that
court
club,
of law.
huh? Okay.
I just
And it's
want
not
to. I
on
want to
the
make sure
radio.
on video.
Yes.
I want to make sure on video I am rescinding myself from any of this.
And I want to make everyone clear that nothing is happening on the radio. You got to go to Ted's in Tosa and deposit your money. Been doing that for years.
Yeah, you do. Hey, Homer, what you do on your spare time,
That's
you
right.
go ahead.
I
just
can do that.
I don't want to be a part of it. I don't need to be. Yeah, okay.
Cannot be a part of the radio station. It is not. But anyway, yes, you can go to Ted's, deposit your money. It'll be for charity. And up to $1,000
I do wonder what the
maximum.
spread will be next week.
I can probably look that up right now. I would guarantee you that the Packers are favored. Guaranteed.
Packers by 8, 7 or 8. Would be my
somewhere
guess,
in there, yeah. But it's all about how bad the Giants.
And I'm not sure what they're looking at because and you know what? I do this. You go through these when you watch a game and you can't believe what you're seeing. And then you take another look at it and you reboot. But this offense is not good right now, Home Slice. This offense is just not good.
I agree, and my answer is what I said. They did what they did in the loss to Carolina at the end. Let's go, quick tempo, run and go. You're going to pass the ball more than you're going to run it. You want to be able to run it some of the time. That's exactly what they did when they scored late in the game. Let's go back to the touchdown that they got and see on the plays. Were they running the ball? Were they passing the ball? What were they doing?
Well,
here we go. Run, pass,
Jacobs
pass,
scored
pass.
on a running
Run,
touchdown.
pass, pass, pass. Run, pass, pass. Run. There you go. 4 runs and about 8 passes in the play. That's what it's got to be. And you were able to run with Jacobs the last 6 yards. You run when you want to, but you pass. It's on Jordan Love and his ability. Everything is in the pocket. Everything is off of the shotgun. Like he can't run and roll out anything. Is that an illegal play? But if I go again, run, pass, 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 2 runs, 6 passes, 3 runs, 8 passes before a run to get the touchdown. If I go back, you want to go back to Carolina? It's almost identical to that.
7.5-point favorites next week.
The Green Bay Packers are 7.5-point favorites. I'm not giving you any of the points. The comment that I made with the deal at Ted's is who wins the game. Just like I've made charity wagers on the Packers making the playoffs. I thought that was a lock. The lock's a little
It ain't
smaller.
a lock no more.
It's a little smaller than I thought. No, it's a lock.
Snugging up. I still believe they will, but I am not anywhere as confident as I'd like to be.
And I wish to be on record that I think it is certainly a possibility if they lose to the Giants that LaFleur gets fired. But since I'm not willing to bet it, that opinion means nothing. But I wouldn't say that it's reckless for anybody to say it. All right, 1-800-990-3776. Millions are listening and watching and calling in. But Flush It or Flesh It is coming up next. Flush it or flesh it, the Packers make the playoffs. That now an issue. Next.
TMJ. Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
This is Matt Meitner, owner of Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Do you find yourself talking to your dog but feel like she's not listening to you?
Bella, sit!
Are you constantly repeating yourself but she's not following your directions?
Sit! Sit!
Frustrating, isn't it? At Sit Means Sit Dog Training, we want to help you have a happy, confident, and obedient dog, and we also want to make the training process an enjoyable and worthwhile experience. Contact Sit Means Sit today to schedule a free consultation so we can create a customized training program so you are able to have the dog you want and deserve.
Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Sorry, we don't train husbands, wives, or kids.
You want in on the autumn action at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee? Of course you do. With $300,000 in prizes, who wouldn't? November 1st through the 20th, play with your rewards card for entries. Thursdays, pick your win from a prize board. At the end of the night, all leftover prizes go to one winner in a jackpot drawing. Autumn action. It's going down at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
If you're living your life in pain, you need to take control of your health and look beyond just traditional medicine to get that done. Hey, it's Brad Nortman, and I want to tell you about my friends at QC Kinetics. When I've gone to the Greenfield location, I have seen with my own eyes what QC Kinetics can do for you. QC Kinetics offers cellular treatments that at the micro level can cure that pain for the long term. Using QC Kinetics' natural healing tools, you can revitalize those joints and get back to living the life that you deserve to live. It's fast, all natural, and there's no downtime. You'll be amazed, just like I was, to see all the tools in their toolkit to give you a pain-free life and get you living an active life once again. Do not wait any longer. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular medicine, and it's something that you need to see to believe. Your pain-free life is waiting for you on the other side of your free consultation with QC Kinetics. Give them a call today for that free consultation at 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298. That's 414-240-2298.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
Your path to a degree should fit your life, not the other way around. At Lakeland University, you can personalize every part of your college experience. With a main campus in Sheboygan, evening classes across the state, and flexible online options, you choose how and when you learn. Just graduated high school, changing careers, juggling work and life, they've got options for you. You can even earn credit for experience you already have or for the work you're doing now, saving time and money. Start customizing your future today at lakeland.edu/ESPN. Lakeland University. Experience it your way.
Imagine your home totally organized. At Closets by Design, we specialize in providing affordable, custom-built storage solutions with built-ins and beyond. From walk-in closets to entertainment centers, our experienced designers work within your budget to design a solution fit perfectly to your needs. Get 40% off plus an additional 15% with 18-month financing. Visit closetsbydesign.com or call 1-800-BY-DESIGN to get started. Let's get organized together.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ. flush it?
We failed multiple times with bad ideas. I didn't know were bad till I realized they didn't work.
Or flesh it?
Yeah, that's one idea. Or we can work as a team.
Brought to you by Gordon Flesh Company. Business technology managed. Taking the worry out of your office equipment and IT needs.
Yes, Gordon Flesh Company, fabulous company, and Mark Tauscher, Packer Hall of Famer, will give us more, and then we will get to this morning's Flush It or Flesh It.
It takes a team to meet just about any goal, and that's as true on the football field as it is in the office. And the Gordon Flesh Company has been providing cutting-edge technology for companies of all sizes for over 65 years. Visit gflesh.com to learn more.
So, flush it or flesh it, and that the comment is Packers making the playoffs. It's a legitimate thought, concern, question, unlike it's a given, which is what I think everybody would say, and I still think they're making the playoffs, but it is an appropriate flush it or flesh it, and a thought from Mark Tauscher.
Yeah, I think you have to flush this thing out a little bit, and defensively, there's not a doubt in my mind this team's good enough to win a championship. They can slow down. Outside of Dallas, they have stopped and slowed down everybody.
Right, and points given up, they're moving toward the top.
It's a really good defense. They stop the run. They get after the quarterback. They force you to do stuff. They limit what you can even try to do if it's 3rd and long. And Philadelphia, who isn't a great offense, they held them in check pretty well tonight, obviously, only giving up 10 points. But offensively and special teams, we're just not good enough. We're not good enough right now. And that's why you have that big delta between the two. I love having a great defense because that means you'll stay in games. You're not going to get run out of gyms. But eventually, if your offense can't get it together, the defense will eventually give in. So we're not there. We're not even close. This team needs a big offensive performance in a bad way next weekend. Big time. And if they don't get that, then we really have to start questioning. I still believe this is a playoff team. I think we'll get to 10 or 11 wins, and that'll be good enough to get us in, but that won't. You have enough divisional games left and opportunities to, do some things, but we have to at least entertain the fact, now that the Chicago Bears are ahead of us in the standings, that they are a legitimate threat to beating us in the division.
Right, you got Minnesota.
I don't believe they will.
You got Minnesota at home, at Detroit now, and then Chicago at home. I just want to say, those are the 3 games after the Giants game.
Yes, and at Detroit will obviously be a huge challenge. And right now, Minnesota's defense is going to eat our lunch. Minnesota's defense, they stopped Detroit at their place. What on earth do you think they're going to do to this group? So we better get Jaden Reed back. We need Dobbs healthy. We need some more we need to start doing some things differently than what we're doing. And I would advise Matt LaFleur to start going up tempo a little bit more and putting some pressure on and finding some rhythm for Jordan Love, because right now there's none.
So you are flushing that the Packers won't make the playoffs, but you are willing to discuss the situation as if it's a reasonable position, worthy of a flush it or flush it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how you could sit here and say it's not a reasonable position right now. We're 7th. We're the 7th seed right now, right?
I don't. Yeah, that's like. I mean,
I think we're the 7th seed after tonight.
They're a half game back. The tie just changes everything. I mean, they're a half game back of both Detroit and Chicago. So, yes.
Yeah, we're the 7th seed right now.
Right now.
Yep.
All right, let's go to. Let's see who's been waiting the longest. Looks like. All right, let's go to Paul in Monterey. Paul, millions are listening and watching. You can watch on YouTube. We'll get to some of those questions too. Yes, Paul, let her fly.
Good evening, Homer. Good evening, Taus. I'm going to pile on. I think, by the way, I don't think they will.
By the way, the Packers are now 5th in the NFL in defensive points given up. 5th.
Yeah, that's great. Wonderful. If the Seahawks, all due respect to the Packers defense, which is a good defense, I agree, but if the Seahawks and the Rams had been playing that game tonight, either one of them, that's over by the middle of the third quarter. I mean, we were thankful that we were up against a team as poor as the Eagles are offensively. Those teams would have blown us out. I thought it was gutless play calling in the first half. I agree with Tauscher 100%. I think for whatever reason, I think he is scared of giving his quarterback options, and it was just run the ball, and occasionally pass, and the passes were going nowhere. So, if we've learned anything about Matt LaFleur, I think it's that in the biggest games and or the biggest situations in the biggest games, his teams will come up short. I mean, Sirianni almost handed that game to the Packers with some of those decisions at the end, and 2 times in the end and 1 time at the end of the first half, and somehow they don't score. The players made mistakes. Yep, Love and Jacobs fumbled, and the penalties, but that's partly on a coach. And the reason I don't think they'll make the playoffs is just count the losses here. Detroit's going to be a loss. I don't believe they will sweep either Minnesota or Chicago, and I think they will lose to Baltimore. That's going to be 9-7-1, and the reason I think that won't be good enough is Kyle Shanahan and the new coach with Chicago are better coaches than Matt LaFleur. One way or another, Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy will come back, and they're a beat-up team, but they have an easy schedule now. I live out here now. The 49ers have a very easy schedule for the next month. Those teams are going to get to 10-7, and the Packers are going to be out of luck if they don't get.
Yeah, they got
10
Denver
wins,
on the road yet too. Green Bay does.
That
FYI.
is correct. Yep.
And that's another loss. A possible loss. This team. I don't know. I don't know about LaFleur's motivation or lack thereof, but boy, did he call a bad game tonight. And he's supposed to be a 7-year coach in a big game against a top team, the Super Bowl champions, and he can't come up with better than that. And it makes you wonder also about Love and what's happening there, because he looked out of sorts the entire night. And, yeah, he was under some pressure, and, yes, his receiving core is depleted, but they acted like they didn't know what to do, and that's astounding at this level.
I would go with that. Thanks for the call. There we have it. Yes, I would say they probably need to get to 10-6-1 to make the playoffs. That would mean they go 5-3 in their final 8 games, and it isn't easy. Well, part of the reason it isn't easy because you're not that good. At New York, Minnesota at home, at Detroit, Chicago at home, at Denver, at Chicago, Baltimore at home, and at Minnesota.
Well, all of that is up for debate, but if we can't play offense any better or more efficiently than we did tonight, we might not beat anybody.
That's correct, but they will. They'll get the offense.
Why do you say they will?
Because I just think
I agree.
I think they have
I'm
players.
hoping. Where were they tonight?
Well, at the end of the game, a number of them were missing.
There was
offensive linemen
of the game
missing.
before Dobbs got hurt.
Right, but at the end of the game, they did come back and score. Just like at the end of the game against Carolina, they came back and scored. I think they're not this bad, is my question.
Okay, listen, Matt Homer, I agree, and I hope you're right, but you have to go with what you see.
I don't dispute that. He's determined to run the ball. Now, is he determined to run the ball because he doesn't believe in Jordan Love? I'll defer to you. I don't.
No, I think tonight was a combination of weather, of maybe not having all your weapons, and you felt like you could run the ball against Philly, and you thought Josh Jacobs, your best player, get him the ball.
Okay.
So I don't mind that. It's just you never did anything off of it.
Right.
There wasn't the bootlegs. There wasn't the play action, easy pitch and catches. And this is where the people that question that you don't have any answers without Tucker Kraft, tonight you didn't.
Correct.
You better find some.
And he could have just he could have added that little difference. Second half against Pittsburgh. Touchdown, field goal.
Yep.
And
Homer, they were
passing the ball.
Somebody
back.
on Twitter, also sent me this. The Eagles were calling out plays like loud. The fourth down that they stopped Josh Jacobs on.
Really?
The entire Eagles defense was yelling inside zone right. They knew what was coming. So,
that's
again,
bad.
people can guess, but the idea of creativity and coming up with some idea, shotgun run, 4th and 1. I mean, just not good.
Not good.
Just not good.
We did the Gordon Flesh Company flush it or flesh it. Maybe we'll get to one more call, and then we will. Jason in Racine, you're on. Levi, we'll get to you. Jason in Racine, you are on Green Bay game night. Packers lose 10-7. Just so you know, defensively, giving up 10 points puts them now 5th in the league. Points given up defensively. That's the best they've been since they won the Super Bowl in 2010. Yes, Jason, I know that'll make you feel better.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Up until Tauscher just pointed out something, do you know that I am, just an average Joe who sits at home and loves to cheer for my Packers, but I can predict these guys, the Packers play calls, as I'm watching the game. It's crazy. The people that are sitting around me, I live in a house full of Bears fans, they're amazed at the fact that I can predict.
So tell us how you do that. Give us so we can try that in the next game.
He runs so first down is always a run, typically to the right. Depends on if Banks is in or not. Second down after they gain 2.5, 3 yards, he's going to try a quick pass to, over the middle, whatever. And third down is the same thing over and over.
By the way, the first possession, they ran the ball 6 of the first 7 plays. But anyway,
yeah,
go ahead. I'm trying to say.
But here's my big thing. I think LaFleur has lost the team. Why do they not call a timeout on that fourth down? I know it worked out in our favor afterwards, but why not get the right play in there? Why not, even if he has to draw something up, but let's just do our best play in that when it's fourth down. Like, I don't understand. And I've listened to you guys say how he shrinks up in the big moments, and he
I
does.
haven't said that. Have you said that, Tausch? Do you
again.
think that LaFleur shrinks up in the big moments? I think the problem of the offense has pretty much been across the board.
What you've said is he's Steve Mariucci.
That I have said, and that he is soft.
Yes.
And I've changed that to not that he's soft, but that all he cares about is smart. He doesn't seem as smart anymore, but yes, he's looking more and more like Mariucci every day.
Agreed. And then just one last thing, and then I will hang up and listen. Do you think that we were so spoiled with Favre and Rodgers that when Jordan Love showed just little glimpses, we kind of willed him to be the next great Packer quarterback? I just don't. I don't think he's as good as we think he was.
How good do you think he is?
If you just use the eye test and like line him up against all the other good quarterbacks in the NFL, like it's not even close. I would like he's nowhere near like a Mahomes or any of those guys. He's not them. Not even close.
He's good.
I would say this.
Not that good.
I would say
Yes,
this.
Tausch.
Thanks for the call. I would
Thanks
say
for the
this.
call, Jason.
At his best, Jordan Love is really good, but he is not consistently playing at his best. And I can't think of a full game in the last 2 seasons that I thought, man, he's humming the whole time. I can't. I can think of some games at the back end of his first year as a starter that he did.
Those last 8, yep.
But I can't think of any game. Now, there's been games he's played really well, and then there's been games that he's played awesome for stretches. But has there been a stretch of games this season that you thought, oh, baby?
Only the second half against Pittsburgh, he was on fire.
But that wasn't a full game. His first half, we were all sitting here like, what the hell is going on?
Right. I would
Jordan
agree.
Love, I do think, and to our last caller's point, I do think there is because he's a Packer quarterback, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. No, that's not how this works. Did he get a great head start in learning from Aaron and from all? Absolutely he did. And he's in a much better spot than most younger players were. But now you're seeing this is who Jordan is. He is a good quarterback that can play great, and then he can also not. And I have not seen the sustained consistency to try and put him in any category near Brett and Aaron up to this point. Like, I just don't think you can do that. That's not fair to him.
And I would only add, you go by when you feel like somebody's carrying the team. And I don't know that there's been, and you're alluding to it in the way you put the games, I don't feel like there have been that many times where you thought, man, this guy's carrying the team. He's making people on the team all seem better. They've really almost had more difficulty since Jacob has shown up, as good as he has been. There doesn't seem to be a flow with Jacobs. Right? I mean, they faded last year with Jacobs.
The play-action pass game hasn't been as good. But you also look at what Tucker Kraft has been able to do. That's because of Josh Jacobs.
Okay.
That's a big chunk of why he's been able to do it. So I don't know if I can join that club, but I definitely think Josh Jacobs has forced Matt LaFleur into changing some things in his play-action game. I said that last year, where he loves that duo blocking. He loves being in the gun. Matt LaFleur, at his core, in the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay offense, is that hard outside zone from under center, and you can do a lot more play-action, good stuff if you do that. And I don't think that's Josh Jacobs' top priority as a running back.
We will take a break, get to your calls, and sit means sit, the dog of the game. I think it's fair to say for a second straight week, this might be a little tough. We'll find out next.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
The holidays are the perfect time to thank the people who make your business shine. At Alpha Custom Apparel, we help you create custom gifts and branded apparel that show true appreciation. Whether it's polished polos for your sales team, cozy quarter zips for employees, or thoughtful giveaways for your best clients. We make it easy with fast turnaround, creative options, and Midwest service you can count on. This season, give gifts that build pride and strengthen relationships long after the holidays are over. Visit alphacustomapparel.com and start your holiday gifting today.
Now's the time to plan your total experience getaway to the Island Resort and Casino. With over 450 hotel rooms and a luxurious spa, relax in style before diving into nonstop casino action. Watch your favorite teams on the big screens and enjoy great food and drinks at T. McSee Sports Bar, or savor top-tier dining at Horizon Steakhouse. Then amp up your night with live music and comedy. Head to where the big game, big wins, and big fun come together. The Island Resort and Casino.
Homer here for Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles, plus you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started.
Is back pain slowing you down? The OAW Spine Center offers specialized care with advanced treatments for herniated discs, spinal fusion, and more. Their board-certified orthopedic care specialists use the least invasive methods, starting with non-surgical options. If surgery is needed, they provide minimally invasive procedures. The OAW Spine Specialists focus on getting you back to an active lifestyle faster. The OAW Spine Center. There is a difference. Visit OAWSpineCenter.com.
One call, that's all. It's not just a slogan, but a way of life at Gruber Law Offices. If you've been injured, call our team today. We've represented tens of thousands of injured Wisconsinites for well over 30 years. Trust Wisconsin's own Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Are you looking for a way to make an impact this holiday season? Donate to Life Navigators Soap Suds Drive. It's simple. Your donation of body wash, hand soap, lotion, or laundry pods will help local kids and adults with disabilities stay safe, happy, and healthy all year. Please consider donating this holiday season to the Life Navigators Soap Suds Drive. Learn more on how you can donate at lifenavigators.org. Life Navigators has been your disability partner for 75 years. Learn more at lifenavigators.org.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit BigFishContracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments. Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network. Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the new ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get podcasts.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ.
This is Green Bay Game Night. I'm Homer along with Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher. The Packers lose to the Philadelphia Eagles 10-7. And I would like to mention that the Chicago Bears have now scored more points in the season than the Green Bay Packers. Last year, if you're wondering, Green Bay was 8th in points scored. The Bears were 28th. Right now, the Bears are ahead of the Packers in points. And now it is Sit Means Sit, the dog of the game.
It's time for the Sit Means Sit dog of the game.
You see these dogs in your front yard?
Jordan Love.
Dog.
Josh Jacobs.
Dog. Michael Parsons. Dog. Matthew Golden. He's a dog.
Presented by Sit Means Sit Dog Training in Waukesha and Milwaukee. Visit sitmeansit.com.
You gotta be the dog. And I'm like, man, we got dogs.
The dog of the game brought to you by Sit Means Sit. If your dogs don't always listen to you or you ask yourself, why don't they listen to what I say? Look no further than Sit Means Sit. You can have a happy, confident, and obedient dog. Contact Sit Means Sit Dog Training today in Milwaukee or Waukesha to schedule a free consultation. Go to sitmeansit.com and check out their Milwaukee and Waukesha pages. I am curious and can't wait to hear the Mark Tauscher dog of the game. He likes to avoid low-hanging fruit, but I don't think there is any low-hanging fruit unless I missed it.
I think there's more today than you think.
That's, I'm
the
listening.
The defense played rock solid. Josh Jacobs, if you took him, what he did, I wouldn't be mad at you. But it's easy for me today. It's Edger and Cooper. He probably made, they a play that kept Green Bay in it. If Philadelphia goes, they get that first down on that long 17-play drive, he punches out. The old Peanut Tillman, ba-bam!
More players are doing that all the time now in the NFL. Like, I've never seen.
Knocks that ball out of there and stops that drive and keeps them off the scoreboard. Or who knows where this game goes. He had a bunch of tackles. I thought defensively, Quay Walker was really good. I thought Evan Williams was really good. I thought there were a lot of guys that showed up in a big way tonight. But that was a game-changing play and gave Green Bay at least a shot, because that momentum would have went pretty it would have turned even quicker had that play not happened. That was the biggest play defensively that I can remember.
Yeah.
So Edgerrin Cooper, woof woof, is my dog of the game.
I actually want to pick the fans. I think it was one of the colder early November games ever in the history of the Packers. So I think all of them who stayed for the entire game deserve to be the dogs of the game. I will select Xavier McKinney. Maybe it's a bad thing if he leads the team in tackles with 7 and 4 solo. For a while, we were saying, where is Xavier McKinney? You're starting to see him, and though not worthy of the dog award, I believe, that is due to all the fans who stayed for the entire game, I will give it to Xavier McKinney.
Okay.
I've never had. I mean, I love sit means sit, but I've lost it.
What do you mean?
It's just hard to, and you said it best. It's unfair not to appreciate what the defense did, and what the
I appreciate the heck out of the defense,
because if the offense had done their job, the Packers would not have a loss on the year. The only loss would be a tie. They wouldn't have a loss. They'd have a tie. Right? They'd be 8-0-1.
They need to just be somewhat, yeah.
And they created a turnover. You can't complain about that. Yeah, so I do want to apologize to the defense.
Well, were you hard on the defense? They made a stop at the end of the game.
I'm saying they deserve more credit. I just don't have the energy to appreciate what they did.
I mean, their one fluke play on a spin move on a dump off for 40-some yards to Saquon, and then, they made a good throw over the top to Devontae Smith, and the guy made a nice play. Outside of that, they didn't give up anything other than that first drive.
I want to look up. I'll have to go to AI. The last time at home, the Packers gave up 10 points and lost. I'm not sure that ever happened under Mike Holmgren.
I can remember losing to the Eagles on a Monday night game, and we didn't give up very many points either. We didn't score many either. I'm sure people doing the call-in show when that happened were saying the same things I'm doing. The offense stinks. Defense is great. So I think what I said earlier in the opening statement, I can only continue to reiterate. This is a championship-level defense. This, as I said after the first couple weeks, this team is going to be led by its defense, and boy, have I been proven right about that outside of that Dallas Cowboys game. Now the offense has got to start picking it up, or it's going to be a very long offseason if they don't.
It's hard to think. Okay, the games they lost, the defense gave up 13, 16, and 10 points.
And by the way, 7 of those points were on a really dumb interception. We gave them a 15-yard field in one of those 10-point games.
They should be 8-0-1.
Homer, our defense outside of the Cowboys game has been awesome this season.
I mean, I'm sure if you did, if you took out the 40 points and just had an average game, they might be first or second in points given up.
If Green Bay is going to win the division and make a big playoff, it's going to be our defense will have to be top 3.
Yeah. The Packers have given up 176 points in 9 games. and 40 in one of those. In the other 8 games, they've given up 136 points. That's historically good.
What's the math on that?
I don't know. I could look. I could do it up. I was.
Well,
no. I had my first disappointing AI, and I said the last time the Packers lost at home and gave up only 10 points, and they mentioned a Patriots game where they gave up only 7 points until the fourth quarter. Well, that's not answering my question. So they get an F on that one, but I'm guessing very seldom. But yeah, I can't put it better than you did, and that is how good the defense has been. Levi, you're on with Mark Tauscher. This will be Tauscher's last segment. He will go on assignment because he has a 3-hour show to do in literally a half hour. Yes, Levi, I'm thinking of going till 4 in the morning.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Not me, Homer. I'll be cranky. I don't want to be cranky for work in the morning and listen to William Tausch. Are you serious?
Yeah, Homer.
You.
I love listening to my boy Tausch in the morning, man. But anyway.
Best, Levi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tausch. Well, all right. I just want to make my point about I'm getting kind of a little bit. I would say I was really irritated with Flores' play call tonight. Like, especially on a 4th down. Are you kidding me? Why would you go for it on 4th down? Like, wasn't it in the second half? I don't remember, but I thought that was. But man, that was just ridiculous. But there was one play in the fourth quarter that there was a penalty on the Packers for the illegal formations have been driving me bonkers. Especially with that one to Watson that was called back. That really hurt. And
yep.
I don't know how that works, Tausch, because you know what it's like. Because how does
if you're an ineligible receiver, you have to have somebody on the end of the line that's not covered up. And we did not do that.
Yeah, exactly. But I still think we'll make the playoffs, but I'm still not sure. I don't think I just really need to relax, man. Just get ready for the show. I'm just trying to make sure I don't
take a beat.
Take
a beat, Levi. You know what? And thanks for the call. Here's what I'll say, and I agree with Levi in this. I think most of us still hope and believe that this is a playoff team. I do. But we have a long way to go offensively there is more doubt. Can you just think back? And I can think back to walking out of Lambeau Field on that beautiful Sunday afternoon after that 325 kick, and we just crushed the Detroit Lions, and our defense dominated that juggernaut offense. And Homer declared the division over, and we all are talking about the defense. And the defense, with the exception of the Cowboy game, has proven us right.
Yep.
Nobody thought this offense with the new first-round pick, and you get Christian Watson back, you got Josh Jacobs, you spent all this money on the O-line, Tucker Kraft, all this stuff. Did anyone ever think that this could happen to a Packer team where you have 2 home games in an 8-day period and you scored 20 points total? Did anybody ever think that would happen?
I would vote no.
Nobody did. And better have some solutions, because if you're doing that, you're on the road, it's going to be worse. That's why fans are frustrated. I totally get it. And I don't know what the solution is going to be, because I thought we'd have more answers tonight. I didn't think we'd score 40 tonight, but I thought we could get in the low 20s. And the low 20s, we scored 18 tonight. We're sitting here saying, great effort tonight, boys.
The whooping.
But we don't have a point till 4 minutes left in the game? Come on now.
I wish they had one thing. Even when saying they could make the playoffs, have a chance of the division, it's still over. This was a thought of a championship team, and they're not. I don't think there's anybody that believes that now. Do you think they're possible Do you think it's possible they could come back to that level? I don't. I think they're going to beat the Giants.
No, I do.
You think they can play at a level to go how far? What level do you think they can play at and get how far?
I think defensively we are going to stay in every game that we play. And it doesn't matter. Now, if we have to play the Rams, or as the other one of the callers said, Seattle, some of these teams that have big-time offenses, I'll be curious how Detroit handles what we did to them last time, if they have more answers. Because we also have to give Philly credit. Philly's defense is good. They're not that good. But, yeah, if our offense is at this point, yeah, we're in big-time trouble. We ain't going to advance to nothing if this is how we play on offense.
Right. How good do you think the bounce back could be? Like, I don't think there's any way they can make the NFC Championship game. I think they're make the playoffs and hope you'd win a game. The idea of a special team, a special season, is officially done. Or maybe not for you, but it is for me.
Yeah, I'm not going to join that club yet. I know there's so much of a season left, and I can remember in 2010, and granted, it's a whole different animal. We weren't even in this good of a position yet, but you just knew offensively things were improving, and I would say that this defense right now was better than our defense at that point in the season. So I would not, as emotional as tonight has been for fans, I would not sit here and say that this team still doesn't have a chance to do something special, because the NFL, things can change relatively quickly. But I know this. If we don't get any better on offense, I will agree with you. I still maybe dumbly believe that it can, but you got to start seeing it. You can't just be thinking it. Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason.
I can use a number of them right now.
What's that?
I can use one for each point scored. It's nothing I would suggest, and do it responsibly.
All right, well, let's get you one of those. Tito's is known for its great vodka, giving back, and doing good for dogs. Distilled and bottled by Fifth Generation, and is crafted to be savored responsibly.
You seem more disappointed this week than even last week.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, because I think there is something, and I thought last week we moved the football. We didn't punt. It wasn't like our offense was anemic like it was tonight.
Ooh, that's true.
We didn't punt. Last week we moved the ball, a bunch. Tonight, not really. We moved it a little bit, but not with any kind of consistency. And I really felt like we were going to come out guns a-blazing tonight. Had a terrible loss at home to a team that we had no business losing to. Extra day of rest, home game. But we didn't, and that's why I'm as disappointed as I am.
It's a great point. All they did was punt tonight. Punt, punt. They could have punted.
Well,
didn't.
You can't kick a field goal anything over 45 yards.
What do they have to do against the Giants to impress you? Because I'm listening and you're saying, I don't really care what the defense does because I don't have to worry about them. It's all about watching the offense, right?
Yeah, and the Giants have some weapons on defense. They have a very good defensive line. So we need to be a lot better.
And they've blown games they should have won.
Yes, we got to score 20 points. Is that asking too much?
That's pathetic if you think it is asking too much.
Well, we scored 20 in the last two games at home. Now you're asking us to go on the road and score 20?
Yes, and I believe they will.
It's where we're at.
Man, I'd like to know. I can't check my AI because it's let me down. But the last time the Packers in back-to-back home games combined for 20 points, that had to be before Mike Holmgren, right?
Oh, boy.
I'm going with Bart Starr as coach. 20 points in back-to-back home games.
Yeah.
You don't even know what that feels like in college or the pros.
No.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know what? I think part of the reason everybody's so disappointed is, there are games that will stink and have 7-10 points, but back-to-back,
yeah.
Most Packer fans have never dealt with this.
Right. You expect a bounce back. The only time you go back-to-back this bad is when you're really bad. I want to give Max a chance to talk with you before you leave. Max in Los Angeles. You're on with Hall of Famer Mark Tauscher. I hope you're still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm extremely disappointed with this game, but I'm not as upset with where this team is fully. I think with the amount of injuries that came, we had a failed wide receiver who became a defensive back become one of our wide receivers today.
Looked pretty good, too.
But he did drop a very, very, very important.
Yeah.
He dropped a very, very, very important first down pass. And I think this team completely changed once Jaden Reed got injured. It's either week 2 or week 3. And I just don't think not just by the amount of their playing ability, but the mental swagger that they might have had before he got injured. And I still have hope for this team because I think once Jaden Reed gets back, once Dobb gets back from whatever injury he had today, I think Musgraves now potentially see what he did 2 years ago during that incredible run where we beat the Cowboys in the first round of the playoffs. I still have hope for this team. I think today was extremely disappointing. I think LaFleur has a lot to prove right now. I think Ed Policy is looking over his shoulder, and LaFleur should be looking behind his shoulder right now because I think especially that 4th and 1 call in the fourth quarter when we had the 2 timeouts to do a run from the shotgun was a terrible decision. Just use what the Eagles do a tush push, do some sort of QB sneak just to get the first down. And additionally, I understand that Haversick is the backup kicker, but the kid was doing amazing. We saw way back 20 plus years ago some bum quarterback that everyone thought was a bum quarterback take over someone injured and was now the greatest quarterback of all time, or arguably. I think you got to put Haversick back in because not having trust in a kicker and not having a kicker that we can trust kick long field goals with the way that the NFL is going now is a detriment to this team. And I think we need to have some competition back on the field goal, on the kicker position, because I don't think McManus is up to the task at this point in time in his career.
Thanks, Mac. Anything else you want to add, Max?
I'll be out in Green Bay for the Vikings game, and I hope this team can turn it around in a couple weeks so I don't leave Lambeau. You'll never leave Lambeau disappointed.
At its best, Max, what do you think this team still could accomplish?
I think if this team plays to what it can actually potentially do, I think it can make it all the way. I'm still optimistic. I still think those first 2 weeks were not a fluke. We just need to get back to that mentality.
All the way to the Giants Stadium for the game, or you mean they could win the Super Bowl?
I think they can do something special. I'm not going to say anything because then if you say it, it's not going to happen.
No, I don't know what special means. Special could be score 14 points in a game. To the last 2 weeks.
I think they can at least make it to the NFC Championship.
That's what Homer's trying to do to you, Max.
No, I'm not trying to bully you anything. I think
they can make a deep playoff run.
I think they can win a playoff game. That's it, a deep playoff run. All right. Tausch has had enough. Thanks for the call. I think they can win a playoff game. That's the best I think they can do.
Here's the deal. I do think if you can get Jaden Reed back, if you can get some stuff back and figure some things out, the offense doesn't need to be the 83 Dolphins or the 2011 Packers. We don't need that. I've said that all year. We need to be competent. Tonight was not competent. So I think we're all so used to, as Packer fans, relying on a juggernaut of an offense to carry the load. We don't have that. We don't have to do that. It's okay to be okay on offense, but you can't be inept.
Is it?
You can't score 13 or less in today's NFL. Your defense is championship caliber. Your offense needs to just be good enough. It wasn't tonight or last week. And there's a lot of reasoning for that, but they need to get it together. They need to figure some things out. I still believe that they can, but my hope is waning every time they lose a home game at Lambeau Field.
By the way, I believe it's accurate. This was first week in a long time where Wisconsin scored more points than the Green Bay Packers.
I thought we said no Wisconsin slander on this.
It's not a slander. That's a positive.
It kind of is.
No, there's no slander in Wisconsin. None whatsoever.
It's a backhanded.
That was
backhanded
not
slander.
backhanded at all.
That's backhanded slander.
That was a game that was historic. It'll be remembered forever. They upset the 23rd ranked team in the country. They were a massive underdog. Running on the field and everything was appropriate. It is a game that people who were there will remember. They won't remember the season, but they will remember that game. Do you agree with me, Mark Tauscher? Didn't say anything about the overall season, said just this week, Wisconsin outscored the Packers. So
on Wisconsin.
On Wisconsin, yes.
On Wisconsin.
Thanks, Tausch.
You bet. See you guys.
Tausch will be back on the radio in 9 hours for Wilde and Tausch. Man, that's not much time off. And it's always of note, listen to Wilde and Tausch to see what's the same or different from what he says on the show versus what he said on this Green Bay game night. It doesn't change, but you then get to see what is at the top of the Tauscher list 9 hours later about the game. Gary Ellerson still to come. Jason Wilde, I'm guessing somewhere around 2. And your calls, they are lined up. Packers lose 10-7. Yes, they have scored 20 points in 2 consecutive home games. The last time it was done, Will performing the AI work, 2017, they scored 17 against the Lions and then were shut out by the Ravens. 17 points in 2 weeks. In back-to-back games at home.
When did I say that was AI?
No, I said you're the AI.
Oh, yeah.
You have done better than AI.
Thank you.
AI.
I was just making sure that's what you meant.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You're the new AI because AI let me down. We'll get to the calls and Gary Ellerson soon. Next on Green Bay Game Night.
Here, Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Oh no, there's only seltzer left, and it's passionberry almond fruit? Who comes up with these? Kick the aluminum can to the curb and mix up a cocktail you actually want with Tito's. It tastes great, it's gluten-free, and it's available in a variety of sizes for your convenience. The flavor abilities are endless. Tito's Handmade Vodka, the official spirit of whatever you want to drink. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
It pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 414-667-5559. That's 414-667-5559. 414-667-5559.
There's nothing like Milwaukee Bucks basketball at Fiserv Forum. The dunks, the defense, the roar of 17,000 fans. It's even better when you're with friends or family. From jaw-dropping plays to buzzer-beating threes, every game is packed with unforgettable moments that you'll get to share together. So gather your crew and get your single game tickets today at bucks.com/single. That's bucks.com/single.
Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on the Packers, on the Bucks, and whether it's football, basketball, or both, Prize Picks makes every game more exciting. Hey, it's Mark Tauscher here with ESPN Wisconsin, and I've been playing Prize Picks, and it is as fun and simple as it gets. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds, and you can turn your takes into cash. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, get them right, and you can cash in. And now Prize Picks has stacks. Pick the player up to 3 times in one lineup. You want more on Giannis's threes, assists, rebounds? Stack them all only on Prize Picks. Plus, you can follow other players and copy their lineups in one click in the new Feed tab. And with injury reboots, if your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, it won't count as a loss. Deposits are fast and easy with Venmo, Apple Pay, and MasterCard, and more. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use that code WI, and you get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, that's code WI for Prize Picks. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
This is Eric Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited, letting you know that Siding Unlimited installs Pella windows and doors. That's right, Siding Unlimited installs windows, and we do it really well, earning the prestigious Pella Platinum Premier National Certified Contractor of the Year award 5 times. New windows, our expert team will deliver on a smooth, hassle-free installation, making you feel proud of calling Siding Unlimited for your window project. What's the next step? Call 262-567-4513 or go to sidingunlimited.com.
Is mud calling a timeout on your ride? A Tsunami Express Car Wash membership is your winning play. Get unlimited washes, fast lane access, and free vacuums every visit, all for less than $1 a day. With 7 Milwaukee area locations, including the newest spot in New Berlin, keeping your car in prime time condition is a total touchdown. Whether you're tailgating, heading to the stadium, or just cruising around town, make sure you roll up looking like a champ. Become a member today at TsunamiExpress.com. Tsunami Express Car Wash. Wash, chill, repeat.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ.
This is Green Bay Game Morning. Game night is over, and joining me now is Gary Ellerson. He's tried to warn me about this team all year. Let's now, given what everybody observed, the Green Bay Packers made 13 against Carolina look good by scoring 7 against Philadelphia. But anybody who watched and was aware of Carolina against New Orleans, that it's pretty easy to figure out how they scored 13 against Carolina and only 7 against Philadelphia. But enough. Until we hear from Gary Ellerson. Good morning.
Good morning, Homer. How are you, buddy?
Terrible.
Yeah, I know. Why are you doing terrible?
I hate losing. I can't stand losing. I can't stand losing when you're pretty good. This team is pretty good, and they're playing like crap.
Yeah, they haven't found there's something going on offensively, and I can't tell you what it is. I can't put my hand on it, but there's something going on offensively. They just can't be consistent to save their lives. Now, one would think in this game it had a lot to do with Tucker Kraft not being available. But this offense, I felt like it just got even worse with him not being there, to be honest.
Yeah.
And to me, if it's going to go this route, and I know Matt LaFleur don't want to have a Sterling Sharp. He don't want to have a Devontae Adams. Read the defense, throw it to the open guy. I think when you get to this stage, and he does a great job at this, Matt LaFleur, I think you just got to start designing plays for your best players. And I would rather lose that way than tonight. And how did I lose tonight? Offensively, I feel like you lost tonight because your best players weren't getting the ball when they were supposed to. Does that make sense to you?
Only if you would explain when they were supposed to.
Well, the drop by Bo Melton should have been to Christian Watson.
Oh, yeah,
For example.
that's right. Yeah, right.
For example, get the ball to your best players in critical situations. Don't rely on reading the defense.
So that's responsible to Jordan Love. But that's
Well,
what he has to be told by his coach.
That's responsible twofold, because the coach has already said. I mean, I believe he came out and said, not necessarily that we spread the ball around, but if you read the defense, someone's always going to be open. I think that's been drilled in Jordan Love's head, and I think that's kind of how they do things. But I'm just saying, on those plays, let's design the play to get Christian Watson on. That's what I would do. I'm getting the ball to my best player. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting the ball to Sterling Sharp. I don't care if he's double coverage. I'm getting the ball to Devontae Adams. I don't care if he's double covered. Because if he drop it, I'm gonna lose on that drop to him in double coverage. Just saying.
All right, what about, when Jaden Reed comes back? Or does that not really matter because it's a different situation each game?
It's a different situation. It's a different situation once you get him back, but you don't have him. Romeo Dobbs goes down, and now you're under. Now you're under it. You're dealing with. And Bo Melton was on defense last week. I mean, and now he's forced into playing. So I just think that's tough to do.
Which was tougher, last week or this week?
Last week. The Packers played their tail off today, defensively. They fought hard. I mean, defensively, you can't fault them. You really can't. They didn't run away and hide. The defense played winning football. And you got to give the defense all the credit. I mean, they played well. Offensively, they got to find themselves. Offensively, they got to get going. And they're not consistent. I don't know what they're doing. It just doesn't feel right.
What do I want to say, LaFleur? What the hell's going on? Or
I don't think he knows. They're not putting enough plays together. They're not stacking good plays together.
Right.
There's always something going on with them.
But it's mistakes.
Mistakes, and mistakes could be drops, right? It could be
penalties.
It could be penalties.
Illegal formation twice on not having
It could be I dropped the ball. I mean, it could be a lot of things that they got going on. A lot.
I mean, how often do you remember illegal formation because you bring someone in and they didn't then necessarily step back, so they're the line of.
Yeah,
come on, man.
Those plays are all over the NFL right now, though.
Are they
everywhere?
All right.
Yeah, that's the new thing that they're calling this year.
What was the worst part of the offense in terms of who you address? Is it Jordan Love just missed too many throws? LaFleur?
I would say for me, drop passes.
All right.
They dropped some critical passes to keep drives going. And I don't know how many. I feel like it's about 4 that they dropped. Yeah. I have to go back and look tomorrow. This is post game. React to me now. So I don't have all the real numbers on me, but it feels like they dropped too many passes. Do you think about 4 that they dropped in their homer? I don't know.
I'm focused on like the one to Jacobs late, where, I mean, they were the guys watching the game said it, but he turned the wrong way, or maybe he didn't.
No, he didn't. The problem is, and that's the other thing, the rush was up in Love's face, and he just had to get rid of it.
Right. It was like Jacobs was going out to the left and then turned back right.
Yeah. The ball, the rush was in it, and the rush was up in his face all game long. All game long.
Do you believe they should play more games with him under center?
Yes, they're going to have to. They're going to have to. They're going to have to get back to that. I don't know what their philosophy is or what he thinks, but they got to get back to more understanding with Jordan Love, absolutely. Because that brings in your play-action pass a little bit more if you're running the football.
Right.
Now teams have started to give them too high safeties, but in this game they mixed it up a lot, but it was mostly zone. And it was mostly too high safety. You're just going to have to read it. But if it's too high safety home teams, you should be able to run the football.
Yeah, they can't. They just can't. They just can't run it consistently.
They
well
can't. And how about this? The Eagles can't either.
Yes, the Eagles. They're a mess.
Saquon Barkley rushed for 2,000 yards last year. Their offense is shove itself right
which when people ask me, I say, well, you know what's going on. They go, what do you mean? Well, but Saquon Barkley was good last year. He should be good this year. No, you need to listen from Gary Ellerson about the fundamentals of football. What would you like to tell them is so goes the what and so goes the team. So goes the – excuse me, Gary? So goes
the line, so goes the team.
I don't know.
So goes the team, so goes the line, yes.
I can't – I mean, it's – when you know your philosophy, then Saquon Barkley last year versus this year is easy, right?
Yeah, but the teams are in on it. Now, you saw – and the Packers did a little bit in the second half – but you saw the Eagles run a lot of unbalanced line against the Packers. They try to push it down their throat to try to get their run game going. And then the Packers came out in the second half, and was that Kennard? I think Kennard then came in at tight end, and they went with what we call a heavy package. It went with a heavy package to try to get the football going in the second half.
And then the Packer line, I think if they got normal holes, Jacobs he'd be at like 1,500 yards.
People are penetrating before he even gets started with the football. He got guys all up on him quickly.
All right, we're going to take a break. And somebody's been waiting. All right, talk to Tanner first. Tanner in New York has been waiting for. Is that 107 minutes?
108.
108 minutes. He's getting close to the all-time record. Tanner, you're on with Gary Ellerson. Let her fly.
Yeah, I'm a teacher, so I got the day off tomorrow, so I was waiting up for this one. No, that fourth down play call there, the 4th and 1. Everybody and their mother knew that run was coming out of the shotgun. My dog was barking at the TV. He knew it was coming out of the shotgun. And unfortunately, that's just the way that the LaFleur offense has been this year. The whole Packers offense has just been completely predictable. The runs out of the gate, I think I saw a tweet from Domosky that said, 16 plays, 5 passes or something. They're just 3 yards a clip. They got to let Jordan Love sling it a little bit out of the gate, try and get some flow going with the offense. Their best offense is the 2-minute offense, where they really have to start throwing the ball late in the fourth quarter. But overall, I feel like that the Packers probably sneak into the playoffs somewhere in the 7 seed region, which they've
sneak
done for the last
into the
3
playoffs.
years.
I caught that.
And it'll probably be a first-round exit, and that's just unacceptable. And Ed Policy's probably going to have a real tough decision. And is he going to want Matt LaFleur to be his head coach, or is he not going to want to lose Jeff Hafley and potentially, promote him to be a head coach and pairing him with an offensive coordinator? Because that's the way that this season's looking. It is a Super Bowl caliber defense, like Tauscher was saying earlier, but this offense is just a mess right now, and it starts at the top. There's a clear disconnect with LaFleur and Love, whether that's him not trusting Love. It just feels like he's calling plays for the injured Jordan Love that we saw last year. He's not pulling him out at all, not using his legs.
I would say this. In this game, he didn't trust him. In previous games, I don't think that's been the case. But most certainly against Philly, he played it close to the vest with Jordan Love. Absolutely, 100%. And you can say, likewise, Sirianni played it close to the vest with Jalen Hurts. They both were. Both offenses didn't want to take any chances with their quarterbacks. Didn't you feel that way?
I don't know. I don't understand what they do or why they do it. So I'll defer to you on that. I said before, I saw him quick and get him rolling out of the pocket once in a while. And they don't want to do it. And then when they get in situations where they have to do it, they do it, and the offense is better.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So
agreed.
What are they watching? I'm whatever you say. I don't. What's the problem?
And I said to myself too, Homer, I said they got to get him. They got to get him out on the edge a little bit more because the rush in this game was coming up the middle.
Yes,
in Jordan's spacing. So he really had a tough time stepping up in the pocket.
Plus, that's a skill that you develop over time with practice, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Practice.
No, I'd say practice in the game.
Yeah.
Now maybe he doesn't have the trust. I don't know with LaFleur. Tanner, are you still there?
Yeah.
We got to move on, but I'll let you get the last word.
Yeah, let Tanner go.
Tanner,
what do you
finish.
think, Tanner?
Tanner, what do you want to finish with?
The last thing I'll say is it's definitely a huge issue with the offensive line. Signing Aaron Banks, he was a turnstile tonight. He's been a real disappointment. And Elton Jenkins in center has not worked out the way that we were anticipating. And I think the offensive line, the run game has not been there all year, and that's an offensive line issue. And Love had the pressure all night. And that's been really the root of the issue throughout the year, I think. But thanks, guys.
You bet, Tanner. Remember, Gary Ellerson, so goes the line, so goes the team. And let me emphasize to you newcomers, he doesn't just say that regarding the Green Bay Packers. When he coached high school, what did you tell that team? Whatever the team was when you were coaching.
That's what I told him right there.
Yeah.
It's the line play. All about the line play. You know that.
I bet linemen loved you.
Oh, all day.
I'll bet. Yes. You what?
All day long.
You believe that? Well,
all
you just say that because you were a running back. No, I say that because I've played football and I've seen it.
There you go.
Yes.
Man, boy, I love you. You're incredible.
That's you.
You're incredible.
I hope when you go on Spectrum, they say, and now joining us is Gary Ellerson. Gary, can you not say it 5 times this week? Every week, 5 times you say it. Just say it first. So goes the line. So goes
the team.
Yeah. We'll break next.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ.
In the Midwest, we know the real deal on the field and in your wellness routine. Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan offers top-tier Michigan-grown CBD products. No shortcuts, no synthetic knockoffs. Just clean, green certified, organically grown CBD crafted for fans who expect the best. Whether you're gearing up for the game or winding down after a win, swing through Higher Love just across the Wisconsin border and experience the highest quality CBD in the Midwest. Higher Love, the real deal, no limitations. Visit findhigherlove.com/CBD.
When it comes to joint replacement, you want the best care available. The Orthopedic Surgery Center in Pewaukee is a leader in joint replacement, offering same-day surgery with advanced technology. Their team of experts specializes in knee, hip, and shoulder replacements, using the latest techniques to minimize pain and recovery time. The team at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin can get you back to what matters, living pain-free. Total joint replacement. There is a difference. Visit orthowisconsin.com.
Welcome to Jackpot Land this fall at Potawatomi Casino Hotel. Play your favorite games with your Potawatomi Rewards card all fall to win your share of thousands in prizes each month and earn entries into the big December Jackpot Land prize drawings. Your October, November, and December entries all count. Win thousands in cash or reward play. Welcome to Jackpot Land, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
This is Matt Meitner, owner of Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Do you find yourself talking to your dog but feel like she's not listening to you?
Bella, sit!
Are you constantly repeating yourself but she's not following your directions?
Sit! Sit!
Frustrating, isn't it? At Sit Means Sit Dog Training, we want to help you have a happy, confident, and obedient dog, and we also want to make the training process an enjoyable and worthwhile experience. Contact Sit Means Sit today to schedule a free consultation so we can create a customized training program so you are able to have the dog you want and deserve.
Sit Means Sit Dog Training. Sorry, we don't train husbands, wives, or kids.
Your path to a degree should fit your life, not the other way around. At Lakeland University, you can personalize every part of your college experience. With a main campus in Sheboygan, evening classes across the state, and flexible online options, you choose how and when you learn. Just graduated high school, changing careers, juggling work and life, they've got options for you. You can even earn credit for experience you already have, or for the work you're doing now, saving time and money. Start customizing your future today at lakeland.edu/ESPN. Lakeland University. Experience it your way.
From the biggest stars to the greatest moments. Behind the Bucks is Bucks history like you've never heard it before. It's all on Behind the Bucks on the Bucks Plus audio network. Behind the Bucks is presented by Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant. Available now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, the new ESPN Wisconsin app, and wherever you get podcasts.
Fisco is always there for your auto body care. When accidents happen, Fisco Auto Body on Forest Home in Franklin is there when you need them. Got a broken mirror? They'll take care of it. Dented bumper? Scratch paint? Fisco Auto Body will take care of it. If there's any damage you need fixed, Fisco has you covered. Their expert workmanship is guaranteed for the life of your vehicle. So stop in for all of your auto bumps and dings. Once again, you know the line. That's Fisco.
It's ESPN Milwaukee's Brad Nortman here with some exciting news from my friends at Bank 5-9. Not only have they been named a top workplace for 16 straight years, but they've just won the prestigious Community Choice Award as the best bank in the Milwaukee area. Honestly, I'm not surprised. Not only do they have great products and services, but they truly live out their mission to make lives better. If you're looking for a true local community bank, check out the best. Visit bank59.com to learn more today. Member FDIC.
Tune in to KBN every day at 2 o'clock. 94.5 ESPN is WKTI and WKTI HD, Milwaukee.
A locally owned Good Karma brand station.
This is Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ.
This is Green Bay Game Night, now Green Bay Game Morning, and I was the only one who did as poorly as the Packers. Not only did they lose, but I said at the beginning of the show they lost. The Packers lost 13-10. And I want to thank the person, whoever it was, and said, Homer, the score was 10-7. I go, oh, that's a good point. It prevented the screw-up from being longer. Other facts I know are right. Last year in points scored, Green Bay was 8th in the league. The Bears were 28th. Through 9 games, the Bears have 26 more points scored than the Green Bay Packers. I guess they made a good move adding the new head coach that they did. Is that too simple an analysis, Gary Ellerson, or not?
No, that's about right. They had in my opinion, they had a generational quarterback in Caleb Williams. They just need to get him figured out. And sometimes this league, you can overthink it if you want to, but sometimes this league, it's about where you get drafted and who drafts you and what the organization is all about. To me, I know a lot was made of Jaden Daniels last year, and he had a really good year as a rookie. But to me, I've always said that Caleb Williams was the most talented quarterback in that draft, and he's showing you that now because he's got a good head coach, a good quarterback coach.
Did you believe that in part because of body type and the ability and the importance of taller, bigger, stronger?
I saw some throws this dude make, and I said, you know what? Not many dudes making throws like that in college. He was making throws that I had never seen before.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I had, but there were guys that you knew that was making those throws with generational talent.
All right, this has nothing to do with the team or the game, and I have to admit I'm asking you for my own personal reference because I think Lynn Dickey was one of the greatest throwers of the football, especially the long pass. But you know way better than I did because I believe, you'll laugh, that I could have been the quarterback and made some completions to James Lofton because he was that good. But back to Lynn Dickey. Lynn Dickey, you don't have to laugh at me for saying that. Like, Homer, why do you always go that far? I don't know how to describe to people how good James Lofton was. I think at his best, he was as good as any wide receiver that ever played in the NFL. And I know Jerry Rice.
If you had seen him, here's who he is. People like to do this stuff. If you hadn't seen him, here's who he is. He is a cross between Randy Moss and Terrell Owens.
Wow. I thought you were going to say Randy Moss and Jerry Rice, but he's too big. All right, okay.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say,
dude.
at his best, he was one of the best that ever played the position.
Ever did it, yes.
All right, and about Lynn Dickey.
He was a big receiver.
All right, about Lynn Dickey. He was big, but from the waist down, he had legs that were chicken legs.
Well, because he had that huge ass cut in his hip.
I know. But anyway, all right, now to Lynn Dickey. Am I correct in how well he threw the ball? Because I never caught one.
Best thrower of the deep ball in Packer history, but so people didn't see him and didn't win Super Bowls. Everybody says it's Aaron Rodgers.
So how good was Lynn Dickey without comparing him to Rodgers?
I can't compare him to anybody. He stands alone. He could.
So was it the angle that he threw it? What made his pass so good? This is kind of a general question.
Yeah, it is a general question. All I could tell you is I remember once I was running a little post corner in practice. I never had this happen before. I was running a little post corner, and, you're supposed to get to the corner at the top of the route, right? And the ball came a little flat. And so I had to kind of come back and get the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was a rookie, and I was maybe probably a little greedy after he told me what happened. And I ran back to him. I said, Lynn, why didn't you lead me on that ball? He says, I probably could have stuck it in there, but you got your head knocked off.
Wow. He did it for that reason. He thought he could do it and also do it in a manner that you didn't get crushed.
Right, yeah. Now, get away from me, rookie.
But you had to go, I knew you were good. I mean, just that he viewed what he could do.
Yes, he was thinking, that's how he,
Right.
I was coming out of college. I didn't think like that. He goes, I could have put it in there, but you got your head knocked off.
I mean, so he's basically, in addition to talking to you, telling you how easy it is for him.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw it. I'm going to throw it a little flatter.
Yeah.
You catch it. I'm going to throw a catchable ball for you come back, you catch it.
Wow.
And then that way, and how about this? That way, it also gave me enough time to turn around and to face up my defender and get extra yards.
All right. Andy in Madison, you're on with Gary Ellerson, and I'm proud that I stole that time to hear a little something about the greatness of Lynn Dickey. Yes, Andy.
Well, thank you so much. Did I set the record for longest on hold ever?
How long?
Close. Close to 2 hours. Hour 50?
Hour 50. I will look into the record book, but you are definitely in the running. 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Good. Okay, so here's my quick analysis. Matt LaFleur again with horrific clock management. In a way, you got to start putting these things on Jordan Love, too. It's happening in tandem. But that 4th and 1 where they went to the hurry-up offense, you got 2 timeouts left with a minute and a half left in the game. It's all or nothing on that play. That's not where you worry about saving 15 seconds. You either take as much time as necessary, you huddle up, do it, or you call the timeout. You got options there. The one thing you don't do is put a rush job together on the one play that makes or breaks the game. As it turned out, Philly decided to throw the ball a couple times, and we actually got a couple more cracks at it miraculously. But nonetheless, LaFleur keeps doing that same thing. And then the one thing I wanted to talk about was Bo Melton. I've heard people talk about his drop several times tonight, and while I was sitting on hold for nearly 2 hours, I thought eventually somebody was going to notice what I noticed. Did you
you're smart
notice
everybody
that
else.
was not a drop, that was actually a pass breakup? Did you see what broke up that pass that he dropped?
Yeah, you got to catch
his
that.
dangling mouth guard that was hanging from his mouth. Gary, I want to ask you as a former player, early in the game, I pointed it out. I'm like, look at this guy. This guy hasn't gotten a snap in on offense. He's wearing a mouth guard that's dangling off of his face mask, flapping in the breeze. What the hell is he doing? Like, have some professionalism. It's a perfect metaphor. It's a perfect metaphor for the Packers' sloppy offense. Watch the replay. You watch the replay of that play. They show it in slow motion going to commercial break, that drop by Bo Melton. It was not a drop. His mouth guard, dangling from his face mask, literally deflected the ball, changed the trajectory of it, and he dropped it. And then...
Ooh, I got to watch that again. I did not see that. Gary, did you see that? I got to look.
I mean,
I didn't think anybody wears it.
Right now, Homer, send me your phone number.
No, I didn't think anybody wears a mouth guard anymore.
I couldn't believe nobody commented it. I was saying to my buddy, I'm like, they're going to come back from commercial break and show that it hit his dangling mouth guard. And the funny thing is, I mean, I was complaining about it before. I'm like, dude, like, have some professionalism. Like, either get rid of your mouth guard. Do you have to have one? Like, Jordan Love doesn't have one. I see guys putting it in the house.
Even if you're right, I wouldn't think that it would be a problem.
It's sloppy. It's not professional. Like, it's your job to be out there. What the hell are you doing with the mouth guard dangling? Anything that's a slap in your face. Create some sort of distraction for you doing your job properly. Watch, hey,
I just don't think it would bother them. I don't, it'd be like having a towel. But I'll look at it. Gary, do you think a mouth guard can create a problem? I understand where it is.
All right. But anyway, the throw by Jordan Love is perfect, and it hits him in his chest. Now imagine the mouth guard dangling off the face mask. It literally bounces off of it, and he doesn't catch it. And the thing that really kicks me off more than anything, that's a perfect metaphor for this team, is that the next offensive possession, he was out there with his mouth guard dangling the same way. Not one person in the booth.
All right, hold on. Gary
not one fan at home. Not anybody.
Right.
Noticed this.
I don't think they thought anything. I don't think they thought anything of it because I think you see mouth guards in various situations with various players all the time and never thought it was going to have any impact on anything. Gary, give us your mouth guard. Everybody used to wear them, right? When you played, everybody wore them, correct?
Man, I can't believe this dude waited on hold for 2 hours.
Because he saw something he thinks everybody else missed.
Watch the replay and tell me I'm wrong.
I don't care about a doggone. You waited for 2 hours just to say that about a doggone mouth
Yes,
guard.
he thought he had inside information that nobody else mentioned. Do you think he's overstating the importance of the mouth guard thing? I do. Do you? Gary? Is Gary still there?
Are we really talking about a doggone mouth guard?
Yes, because we don't know. Explain it to us.
What you want me to explain? Fine. Fine, the mouth guard. So, okay, fine, the mouth guard. He dropped the ball because of the mouth guard. Okay, fine. Good night.
Well, wait a minute. You don't believe it.
I don't care.
You don't? Well,
No. I mean, they all wear the mouth guards like that. You watch football Friday nights. You watch them on Saturday nights. You watch them on Sunday. They all wear those dangling mouth guards like that, for crying out loud. They all do it.
And the mouth guard itself can be in various places.
You know what else they don't do? They don't wear no pads.
That's
they don't wear no thigh pads. They don't wear no knee pads.
Yes.
They don't wear no hip pads. They don't wear no butt pads. Are we going to talk about uniforms?
Yes,
issues?
yes, because we're going to ask you, and you just explained it. So I want to thank him for waiting that long, and want to thank you
Dude waited
for
2 hours
whatever.
to talk about a doggone mouthpiece.
I like those people, and you helped him out. And I want to also give you credit because you didn't use what you usually say. I'll be Gary Ellerson. You people drive me crazy. You people.
Crazy, man.
That was our first you people of the night.
That the whole back, man.
Well, but Gary, I wanted you to know. I wanted to ask you because I think mouth guards are way different than they used to be.
They
as
are,
you
and
alluded
these dudes be running around like 3 of them on their face masks. I don't know why. That's what they do.
Right. All right. Let's get to your great partner, the Jewelry Center. At
Guys,
12:37 in the morning. 24 hours a day, this Jewelry Center can help you. Oh, wait, it's your spot.
Guys, if you're thinking about popping the big question, make your first stop to the Jewelry Center. They've got naturally mined and lab-grown diamonds, and their experts will help design the perfect engagement ring just like they did for me. Yes, absolutely. And with the holidays here, it's the perfect time to find something special for anyone on your list. Necklaces, watches, earrings, you name it. Check out shoptjc.com, a stop in Greenfield, Brooksville, Burlington, and now their new location in Mequon. The Jewelry Center where Wisconsin gets engaged. Go check my good friends out today at the Jewelry Center.
By the way, I just got in a text. That caller is correct. The ball hits the dangling mouthpiece, which deflects the ball.
I'm not saying that it didn't. I'm not saying that it didn't. Not disagreeing. Fine. But I've seen balls hit off face masks.
Right.
I've seen balls hit off helmets. I've seen balls hit off shoulder pads. Okay, fine.
Right, he should have caught it regardless of the deflection.
He should have caught it regardless. That's my point.
Okay.
He dropped the ball, dude.
Correct. And he knows where the dangling mouth guard is. What?
Before I get going, tomorrow I will be at Potawatomi.
6 to 8 with Greg Matzik.
With my good friend Greg Matzik. And maybe I will calm down tomorrow night.
On the mouth guard? I don't think so.
Yeah, with you people.
I'd have one last question.
What?
Before you go.
What?
They scored 20 points in 2 weeks.
Offense
at
hurt,
home.
Man. They're bad. They're bad. They're in bad shape, man.
All right. And
they're in bad shape.
Hold on. This I don't understand because I was never at this level. That 2 people, coach, quarterback, they're good. There can be a debate about how good. How can 2 people like that in the most important positions of the offense, how does that happen?
How's what happened?
20 points in 2 weeks, given the ability that both have.
They're not playing well. I don't know. I can't. Right. I mean, there's a lot of issues going on there. Like I'd say, the drop passes that is caused by mouthpieces. That's probably should start.
Don't
there.
be mean. Don't be mean. No, come on. Don't be mean.
There.
You just had to do that.
Start there.
No, you just had to do that.
Start there. Let's just start there.
All right, let's start there.
Then you also have penalties that they're getting. You also have fumbles. They're fumbling the ball.
Yeah.
And you also have breakdown in pass protection. They got a lot going on there, man. It's just. I don't even want to call it sloppy football. I don't even know what it is, but they're hurting themselves.
Because even if you do all those things, if you're good, you should still have some of your moments when you do special things that make up for some of that. They're not having those moments.
They're not.
It's harder without Tucker Kraft because he was a grown ass man who made it easier for those things to take place.
Absolutely.
Watson has his difficulties. He doesn't really do much in, like battling for a ball. He just doesn't do that well. But he's fast, and he seems like he gets open.
He's fast.
He's open
all the time.
Yeah, they showed some plays where he didn't throw him the ball, he threw somewhere else, and you're going, man, that dude is open.
Yeah.
So, all
That
right,
dude's open, man.
6-8 at Potawatomi with Greg Maxick. And if you're up at 12:42, I think it would be cool if you got a mouth guard and came to Pato, the sports book, and gave it to Gary. He would smile. Don't say anything. Just hand him the mouth guard and say, huge fan. In fact, you might get a new nickname from some people. Gary Mouthguard Ellerson. Say whatever you want, but don't be going that pass was missed because of a mouth guard.
All right,
Come up
buddy.
with something else. Thanks, Gary.
All right, bud.
12:42, just getting started. We got people waiting, and then Jason Woolley in a little bit. Before we break, Lorenzo's at 80 minutes. No, wait, Mike in Lambeau. He can't be at Lambeau anymore. He's been waiting for an hour and a half. He's probably at home in Detroit. All right, let's find out where Mike is now. Mike was at the game. Man, I bet it was cold with that wind. Mike, you are on Green Bay game morning because game night ended about 45 minutes ago.
All right, hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Millions, literally millions are listening.
Yeah.
We are so popular after midnight. I don't know what it happens, but go ahead.
Excellent. No, I'm just at a quick trip and waiting to get back on the road. But anyway, number one is basically, kind of regurgitating some of the stuff that other people have said. Nick Sirianni basically almost gave us this game. They rushed up the middle over and over.
Yep.
They played base defense pretty much the whole time. We didn't correct for that. I've called in numerous times. We will never win when you don't do under center and that shotgun stuff. That 4th and 1 play, like everybody said, is most other teams and coaches, if they did that, are probably out the door. When all you got to do is get the sneak and go for it. But I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say this because I don't want to, but I'm going to. But the common theme over and over and over and over is all I hear, championship defense. They play hard. Championship defense. What they've done these last couple games. What they did in Arizona. We barely beat Arizona and we barely beat the Bengals. But anyway, the defense keeps us in the game. And what is the common denominator? Coaching. What is the common denominator with the offense? No coaching. Yes, there's coaching.
Hold on 1 second, Mike. I'll let you finish. But the offensive guy you're talking to, LaFleur, was 39-10 in his first 3 years at Green Bay. Now, since then, including the last year of Aaron Rodgers, 33-26-1. What the hell has happened?
Well, first of all, Rodgers, if they would have called that play on 4th and 1 to hand it off to Jacobs, he would have been screaming at him. That's the first thing that would have happened. When I was at the game, I turned around to these guys and go, let's see, they haven't tried to even it out for everybody. This one's going to Musgrave. And they all laughed at me. They threw a pass to Musgrave. Then I called another one. Oh, this one's going to Wicks. They haven't went to him for a while. Then he did catch that one ball. But
all right, let me interject and ask. Hold on. Let me give you a follow-up, and then you can continue on. Why is that? Is that totally on LaFleur, or how much of it rests on the quarterback to have that occur, as you just stated?
Well, I would say that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know. But other teams, do you think I got to throw something else out. Carson Wentz put up 22 points on the Eagles. Carson Wentz put up 22 on them and almost beat the Eagles in Minnesota. Carson Wentz. And what Jordan Love is starting to remind me of, and I don't even want to say that because he's so much better than that, Carson Wentz. I've seen him play at NDSU all the time. One look, One look and pass. That's all he ever did. One look, there's the open guy, throw the ball. That's why he's not a quarterback anymore, because he can't read the field. What does Love do? One kind of look over there. I was at the game. Christian Watson, he could have put a card table out there and had a card game how wide open he was a couple times and didn't even look at him. Do you think the Vikings throw the ball to their second or third tight end? They throw it like Ellerson said. They throw it to the people they can do it. I called in last week. When have you seen a Packer receiver catch the ball and run other than catching the ball and going out of bounds? Dobb doesn't catch the ball and run. Watson, they can't get him the ball, but when he does
often
catch the ball,
catches the ball and runs.
I'm talking about wide receivers.
Oh,
Tucker Kraft.
I would say no one.
Nobody catches the ball and makes a big run. Nobody, other than one person from South Dakota in a small town, Tucker Kraft. Okay. He catches the ball, and when he gets it, he runs. Our receivers don't catch the ball and run. Name one game that they've caught a pass and actually ran.
I'm a bad person because I can't remember last week. All right, now we get to the future. Do you believe how good this year? How good do you think the Packers are still capable of achieving?
Well, they got a new coach for the Giants. They'll be fired up there. They got a good defensive line. They'll do the same thing that Carolina has done, and they'll rush up the middle. They'll do the same thing as the Eagles. I don't know. We never play good in New York. I hope we come out with a win by 4 points. A tough game home at the Vikings. Depends on what Vikings defense shows up. Then we have a short week to the Lions. You don't win this Giants game. I'm telling you, the Bears.
The Packers have to take three of the next four. Wouldn't you agree? At New York, Minnesota at home, at Detroit, Chicago at home, they got to win three of those four. They got to be 8-4-1 after 13 games. Right?
I would say this. The 49ers, all that whole division has an easy schedule, like that other caller said. The 49ers, Rams, and Seahawks all could get in the playoff. That means you can win the division. I don't think we're winning the division.
All right. So you are worried about them making the playoffs?
I am major. Jenkins out. Hope Reed comes back. That's going to be huge. But let me tell you, when everybody talks about how great the defense is, and I got to say it again, common denominator. Why is the defense good? Coaching. Why is the offense? It's. I like Matt LaFleur. It's stale. You don't run the Jacobs 4th and 1. Get up there and punch it in there to get a first down, and we still could have won the game no matter how crappy we played.
All right, Mike. Thanks for waiting. Did you cut him off?
I did. You want him to keep going?
No. Let me cut him off. You don't. I'll tell him to go when they need to go.
All right. See ya.
You bet. Thanks, Mike.
Alrighty.
No, you're fine. I just have other people. There are millions listening and many, many, many that want to talk. You had good stuff. I don't. The calls are important to me to tell me what people, where they're at, and I don't. I think anything is reasonable, even mouth guards. A little iffy, but at New York, Minnesota, at Detroit, and Chicago. And it's fair to say this Packer team could lose to anybody. So you have no guarantee. I just think they have to win three of those four to be at 8-4-1, and then you have at Denver and at Chicago. Those are tough games. At Baltimore and then Minnesota. So you go 8-4-1, you can split the last four and get to 10-6-1. As everybody has talked about looking at the other schedules, they'll certainly need to win 10 games to make the playoffs, other than if they won the division. And right now, Detroit is certainly the favorite for that. Callers still waiting, 1-800-990-3776. and Jason Wilde. Not soon, but close to soon. I am next.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Now's the time to plan your total experience getaway to the Island Resort and Casino. With over 450 hotel rooms and a luxurious spa, relax in style before diving into nonstop casino action. Watch your favorite teams on the big screens and enjoy great food and drinks at T. McSee Sports Bar, or savor top-tier dining at Horizon Steakhouse. Then amp up your night with live music and comedy. Head to where the big game, big wins, and big fun come together. The Island Resort and Casino.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Game Night, so for Events by Design. Events like appreciation parties and retreats can go a long way towards boosting morale and retaining top talent. Events by Design is your go-to creative partner for employee events that truly make an impact. They help leaders retain top talent by making their people feel seen, valued, and celebrated. The creative team at Events by Design does all the planning and production, making sure things not only look great, but also work. Make a smart investment in your culture today. Search online, Events by Design. They design, you party.
This is an ad by BetterHelp.
Shorter days don't have to be so dismal. It's time to reach out and check in on those you care about and to remind ourselves that we are not alone. This month, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. Our listeners get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword timeout. That's keyword timeout after calling pound 250. St. Nick meets St. Kate. The holidays are in full swing at St. Kate the Arts Hotel, where every celebration shines a little brighter. Browse unique gifts at the holiday marketplace, gather for unforgettable Christmas Eve and Christmas Day dining, and of course, don't miss Brunch with Santa, a family favorite filled with joy, treats, and holiday magic. Celebrate the season at St. Kate the Arts Hotel. Visit stkatearts.com/holidays for all the details.
Looking up at the Marquette banners, brought to you by Saganiac Planning. Number 24, retired, honoring George Thompson. Too bad he didn't wear 40. He was Marquette's all-time leading scorer for 40 years, and he played only 3 seasons. Al McGuire said it best. Everything at Marquette changed after George Thompson, a high school superstar in the New York City area, came here. And years later, Shaka Smart added, for those that weren't around in 1969, George Thompson, the original Dwayne Wade. Your business is unique, and your health plan should be too. At United Healthcare, our group health plans are built for you and your employees. Whether you're running a small startup or managing a large enterprise, we offer solutions designed to fit your needs, your goals, and your budget. Explore your options today at uhc.com/Wisconsin. Insurance coverage provided by or through United Healthcare Insurance Company or its affiliates. Administrative services provided by United Healthcare Services, Inc. or their affiliates. Health plan coverage provided by or through United Healthcare of Wisconsin, Inc.
Hey, it's John McGivern here. You know I love Network Health. One of the reasons is that they're local and they understand how important that is. Their exceptional customer service isn't just words on a page. It's what they do. It's what they've always done for over 41 years. Call 833-7-NETWORK today. HMO and POS plans underwritten by Network Health Plan. Compensation has been provided for using this endorsement of Network Health.
I had nightmares at my birth mom's house. It was really scary living there. There were always drugs in the house. The police came, and that's when I was placed into foster care.
Right now in the U.S., more than 100,000 children, like Ariana, are waiting for a family.
Once I was adopted, I definitely felt safe.
Help the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption find permanent homes for children in foster care. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Green Bay Game Night and now Green Bay Game Morning. Mark Tauscher, Gary Ellerson, and Jason Wilde coming up in a bit. Gary Ellerson talked about he always does a show from 6 to 8. On the Monday following a game. Well, this week it'll be on a Tuesday, given that the game was Monday. Potawatomi Sportsbook in Milwaukee has dozens of self-service kiosks and over 2,000 square foot video wall. seating for over 200, full restaurant and bar, VIP deck, and more. It's a sports betting paradise, or as I say, it's also a sports paradise. I'd put both in there. Bet above the rest, 6 to 8 tomorrow. Gary Ellerson and Greg Matzik, and find out what they're thinking, and they want to know what you're thinking a day later. So head by Potawatomi all the time, but especially, and if you bring a mouth guard and give it to Gary, he'll chuckle. You'd have to, if you're just joining us now, which would be odd but normal, maybe if it's 1 o'clock and you did not catch the person who thinks the mouth guard was a big issue and may have been for a drop by Melton. It may have been that way, but that's on him as far as catching the ball. I don't think it should ever come that close. By the time it gets there, you've pretty much lost it. But I will go watch the tape again. 1-800-990-3776. Lorenzo in Arizona. You are on Green Bay game night that has turned into Green Bay day. Green Bay game morning.
How you doing, Homer?
Yes. Go ahead,
doing,
Lorenzo. Good. Well, no, I'm terrible. I hate losing. I don't. It's just no fun. It's,
Hey, I hear you, man. Thanks for taking my call. I don't have as many rants, but I do have a few questions for you. But the main one is, I know we've had a couple of people talk about Jeff Hafley. I think one of the guys was talking about Ed Policy. Potentially, does he go with Matt LaFleur? Does he promote Jeff Hafley? I'm of the camp, potentially, we talk about defense, right? And defense being the catalyst for us doing anything this year, right now at least. I just want to get your thoughts on the potential firing of Matt LaFleur and the promotion potentially of Jeff Hafley to head coach, interim, and potentially, going forward at the, I guess you'd say, mainly because you'd be running the risk of losing him with the defense considerably being as good as they are next year, the year after that, just kind of to keep him in-house. Maybe not because LaFleur is necessarily fireable at this point, but to not lose Hafley. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't have any, because I will admit that no one knows what Policy is going to do. No one knows anything about him. I don't know how. So, there are just so many different ways. It all depends on what he thinks. In terms of all the things you mentioned are certainly possible. If things get so bad that he's not.
This is Brian Balaga. You're listening to 94.5.
He's not obliged to anything. He hasn't given any contract extensions. He could get rid of LaFleur after this season. He could get rid of Goody. Everything is out there, but I don't know how anybody can know, because I don't know how anybody can know how Policy is going to run things.
Right, definitely.
And then you have the issue with Hafley. Well, even if you keep Hafley, you'd think it's likely he's going to go somewhere else anyway, if he doesn't, right? How long are you going to have Hafley after this year, regardless of who the head coach is?
Right. That's why I was thinking they should promote Hafley to the head coach.
That's certainly possible. Is he that much better because you got him Micah Parsons? Is that a possibility? Sure. He doesn't have any experience as a head coach. I don't know.
In the NFL, correct. He was the head coach and the program head at Boston College.
Correct.
I'd say he seems to have his team, his side of the ball, playing up to snuff more so than LaFleur can draw up the place for offense. That was kind of my thought process.
I would agree, but that doesn't mean I would necessarily want him as the coach. But I might. I don't. It's hard. It's just like in discussing the situation at Wisconsin about football. It's all the chancellor. Chancellor decides everything. Well, who does she listen to? I don't know. But I know the chancellor years ago, Donna Shalala, listened to different people, and they changed everything. And now whoever she listens to, basically they've convinced her to do nothing. Because if she wanted something done, it'd get done. Not necessarily now, but at the end of the year. The same way with LaFleur. Is he in a position where he could lose his job? Yeah, everybody would agree with that. Is Hafley in a position where he could go somewhere else to be a head coach? Yeah. So in order to keep him, do I have to give him the head coach? It's that's the toughest job as president. And as president, do I still want to have the GM and the head coach on the same level? Or do I want my GM picking the head coach? And do I want Goody around?
Yeah, there's a lot of things to consider with that. And, the one thing from a fan's perspective, and I could only imagine the players, the biggest thing I see when I see LaFleur, great, he did really well with Rodgers in his first 3
years, 39-10, and since then 33-26-1.
I see LaFleur as a college head coach. He's always been under these big, like Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, and last job he had before he coached the Packers,
Tennessee.
His offense looked horrible with the Tennessee Titans, and then he's the number one play caller. So my biggest thing is, as a fan, what really irks me is every single press conference, oh, shucks, my guys need to play better each and every day. They need to get better. It seems like it's a played out motto that he runs with all the time. And I think the players, these are a bunch of guys. They're not kids. They really, you look at Dan Campbell with the Lions. Man's man, tough guy, guys want to run through the wall for him. I feel like LaFleur sometimes can come off like, ingenuine and like he's trying too hard to impress the guys in the locker room. And personally, as a fan, I think he gets a lot of softball questions from the media at his pressers. And I just think Hafley, more well-articulated, answers questions direct.
Right, and I would tell you this, not that I'll ever get to be in the position, but the last thing I would care about is how they handle the media and anything else. I only care about one thing. If they win games and how and what the coaches and players think of them in the locker room. Not in public.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that they actually respect him a lot.
That could be, but how he speaks in the press and all that, there's certainly, to coaches, I think players just want to win, and they want to play as much as possible. If you're winning, you're going to end up having some respect. He was 39-10 his first 3 years. He was historically one of the best coaches. And something has changed. He did have Aaron Rodgers for all those years, but he had Aaron Rodgers 1 year in the last few where things have gone to 500. Something's going on, and I'm curious to see what policy decides to do. He's been around professional football a long time. His dad, a famous member of the 49ers. So even if he hasn't had the position before, he knows what it's all about, but now he's the man. He's never been the man before. I don't think he's ever been close to the man other than maybe arena football. So I think it's impossible. If someone thinks they know him and have an idea of what he's going to do, good. I just don't know how I can guess what he's going to do. Yeah. But there is ammunition for him to change. There's ammunition for him to change everybody. The standard in Green Bay is to win championships, and LaFleur and Goody neither has done it, and a lot of Goody's going to depend on Jordan Love. So if policy decided to clean house, nobody would be upset, I don't think. And then the issue would be, well, let's see if the next group can do better. And as I like to say, there's always the possibility you could do worse. But I wish I knew more.
100%.
And I not only don't know more, I haven't read anything or heard anybody that knows anything at all about him. Because there's no history of ever making the kind of decisions he's going to make as president. So,
yeah, I know you probably got to let me go here, but last thing I want to leave you with, and I can hang up or whatever. Let's just say Jordan Love's not the guy, right?
Yes.
We've had 3 seasons now to kind of see. And then if you don't know this, maybe one of your other guys coming on later on can answer this down the road. But when is it realistic for us to potentially move on from Jordan Love without it killing our cap? Do you know if he ends up not being the guy? It could be the case. $40-50 million a year is a lot. I'd rather keep Micah long-term and keep some of the other defensive stars long-term if Jordan Love isn't the answer.
I'm sure it's a couple more years.
A little bit heavy.
The contracts all, they don't last long, and there's a way to get out. But I would be surprised if that happens. To me, the question about Jordan Love isn't if he's good, but how good is he? Can you win with Jordan Love? I think you can, but he's not going to carry the team. There have been other quarterbacks like that have won Super Bowls, but then that means if they don't get it done, then I'd be more apt to change from the head coach. But again, as I said about the other things, the position that Jordan Love can't be good enough, that's the money has nothing to do with what you watch and what you think and how he's playing. It all comes down to, again, what policy does, also in terms of, is Goody the GM? Goody's going to go with Jordan Love. He believes in him. And it's not like, well, that's because he picked him. No, he picked him because he thinks he's that good. Well, the next guy coming in, if it's not him, might not think it. And it's not that he's beholden to him, but again, they don't support these things because I believe, I'm the boss or whatever. They picked him because that's how good they thought they were. And so it's going to take a lot for them to accept that they made a mistake. I'll always believe he took him because he didn't think they'd have a chance to get a quarterback that quality by picking late in the first round with Aaron Rodgers as quarterback. But that doesn't mean everybody else
thought. A lot worse than Jordan Love.
What?
I was going to say Jordan Love is way better than Joe Flacco, and they won the Super Bowl with a quarterback like Joe Flacco.
But it's all about who's running the show. If Goody's running the show, whoever the coach is, you're going to have Jordan Love for a while.
Oh, for sure.
And then
much love to him, man. I hope he does better.
Yeah, everybody does. All right, thanks for the call. Happy to give you extra time. It is past 1 in the morning. I don't know that we'll make it till 3. Jason Wilde is not next, but he's closer to next than he was before. You, Connor, Grady, Christian, Josh, Doug, and Joe, you are all next.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Hey, think you're the ultimate trivia champ?
Well, prove it against us, your favorite WTMJ host.
It's free to play. All we ask is bring a new unwrapped toy to benefit Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive.
Or you can donate at WTMJ.com. Just text TOY to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
855-616-1620. Grab your friends. Test your smarts. All while helping a great cause.
It's the WTMJ Trivia Challenge, coming to a place near you.
Check out the schedule of where we will be at WTMJ.com.
It's Jason Wilde from Wilde & Tauscher. Upgrade your industrial supply services with Lakeland Supply, your trusted ISO-certified partner for custom packaging, shipping supplies, janitorial, and safety supply solutions. With over 40 years of industry excellence, Lakeland Supply is a proven one-stop source with over 95% of their products made in the U.S., and they treat their customers like family. Personalized service with a national reach. That's what Lakeland Supply does. Visit LakelandSupply.com to discover how they can make your business better.
Ready for the snap, and a timeout taken. The team looks a little bit lost. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, the winning play is simple. A whole house of new windows as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 6 years.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no interest. A championship move from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
No doubt, Wayne. And unlike the opponent's defense, Pella Windows actually stopped the drafts. picks.
The draft picks we gave up for number one had to be the steal of the century.
True, but I'm talking about replacing old drafty windows.
Roger that. With energy-efficient windows that keep the cold out, you'll stay as toasty as a fan at a warm weather preseason game.
Pay as low as $297 a month for a whole house of new Pella windows.
Don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today.
Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 11/30/2025.
Change your grocery game plan to locally owned Century Foods, home of the best meat, freshest produce, and tastiest treats.
Now through Wednesday, save on 11 to 32 ounce or 10 count selected varieties Starbucks coffee, $8.49. 32 ounce selected varieties International Delight Creamer, 2 for $7. 52 ounce selected varieties Florida's Natural Orange Juice, $3.99. 9.25 to 10.3 ounce selected varieties Healthy Choice Meals, 2 for $5.
I am starving.
Oh, no. Never walk into a Century when you're hungry.
Unless it's free sample day. Ooh, pizza, yes. I'd love to try that one.
My husband thinks he can make a meal out of grocery store samples.
Need to wash this down. I think I see someone handing out samples in the liquor department.
Geez, can we focus on our list?
What's this?
It says you can win 2 tickets to Green Bay's home game against Chicago on December 7th.
Or autographed footballs, or a 4-pack of Green Bay Hall of Fame tickets.
You have to enter through Century's Facebook or Instagram.
I'll be entering this on my phone in the deli next to that cheese sample station.
Enter by November 12th.
Hey, this is Mike from Infinity Exteriors. Buying a roof, siding, or windows can feel overwhelming. Hidden costs, confusing contracts. We don't play that game. We educate you so you can decide. And when you know the facts, Infinity Exteriors is the clear choice. Since 1997, we've installed peace of mind with no surprise upcharges, flexible budgets, and immediate financing. Infinity Exteriors, saving our communities from unscrupulous contractors. Visit infinityexteriors.com.
Homer here from ESPN Milwaukee. What makes living at Three Pillars so special? Let's hear from my friend Dave.
The campus is beautiful. For me, nature is my church, and I love being outside. We live by the Bark River, and it's just it's calming. It just calms my soul. I just love it. A lot of the people, I'm talking about 100-year-old people, 90 years old, say they credit Three Pillars with living longer.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
After Green Bay game night hasn't changed. Packers lost 10-7 to Philadelphia. You do realize, and I bet this has never happened. I'll have to go to our new AI, Will. Thursday's score, Denver and the Raiders. Guess what that was?
Is it 10-7?
10-7. Monday night, 10-7. What's the chance that any week, since they have had football on Thursday, that Thursday and Sunday have both been 10-7? Not a chance in the world. We will get to, let's see, Josh in Kenosha. Everybody online has been waiting a week or more. Yes, Josh, you are on Green Bay game night turned into Green Bay game day.
Good morning, Homer.
Morning.
First thing I'd like to say is thank you to both Tausch and Gary for complimenting the Bears. So as a Bears fan, I find that very respectable, and I know it was probably difficult for them as Packers. My second comment is...
I don't believe they're worried about them yet. That's when it would be difficult.
No, but true, but they still said nice things.
The Bears are better.
I know that's hard for Packer fans.
They're a player. No, it's not. It's hard only in anything that makes it harder for the Packers. But they're a much better team with their new head coach. And as I said, last year the Packers were 8th in points scored. The Bears were 28th. It is now 9 games in, and the Bears have scored more points than the Packers. So.
Which, if you had said that at the start of the season, I would have said you were lying.
It has required some pathetic performance by Green Bay in 3 different games. The Bears have 239 points. The Packers have 213 scored.
And I don't know if you did the math, but if you took the 40 points away from the Dallas game, it's 136, which would be 17 points a game the Packers give up.
That would be like
the Dallas game.
Yeah, they'd be like second in the league.
Yeah, which if you're only giving up 17 a game, that's good enough to win pretty much every week.
No, it's fair to say that they should be 8-0-1. The games they lost, 13-10,
yeah, I would
10-7, and 16-13.
It's hard to argue that.
I mean, maybe you'd have one of those you'd lose, but 3 games you lost, and in those 3 games you gave up a grand total of 39 points. Will can look up the last team that. Well, I'm sure there are some bad teams, but
right. And with the Bears being better this year, that goes to my next point about the tie actually helping Green Bay, because as it stands, they're the 7 seed. If, for example, it was a loss to Dallas, they'd be 5-4. They would actually be the 9th seed behind San Francisco.
Right. Well, the tie helps only if you're comparing it to a loss. If you're comparing it to a win, it's a different story. But yes,
absolutely, they would still be first place in the division, and I think 3rd overall in the conference, even with the loss tonight.
Right.
The NFC is very competitive this year, so I'm not sure if 10 wins could get you in. We saw that last year. Seattle had 10 wins, and they didn't make it.
But again,
I think that was
remember,
a tiebreaker.
That's with the tie. You're at 10-6-1, not 10-7. Anybody else who's 10-7, you will beat them. I believe if they get to 10-6-1, they will make the playoffs. For the reason that
and to your point there, where are you getting 5 wins with the remaining schedule? Because
at New York 1, Minnesota, at Detroit, and Chicago. I see 2 of those 3 as wins. So I'm now at 8-4-1, and I have at Denver, at Chicago, Baltimore at home, and at Minnesota. And I believe they can win 2 of those 4, which gets me to 10-6-1. Thanks for asking.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because it is one of the tougher schedules they have going down the stretch. So,
yes, it is.
With the offense being as bad as it is right now, do you really think against a good defense like Denver or Minnesota's twice, even Detroit's defense is pretty solid? It's going to be tough sledding, I think.
Yes. But as I said, they beat the Giants. Now you're at 6. Minnesota at home, the Bears at home, at Detroit. I think they can win 2 of those games. If they don't, then they would be required to win 3 of the last 4 to get to 10-6, and that would be tough since 3 of the 4 are also on the road, and Baltimore is at home. They risk a debacle the last 4 games of the year.
And then my last question, I don't know if you touched on this yet. If they don't make the playoffs, do you think LaFleur gets fired?
Yes, I do. Yep. You bring in Micah Parsons, and you don't make the playoffs. Coach is getting fired. Maybe the GM's getting fired. Someone mentioned like Carmen Policy, who is his dad, but he's not his dad. There's no way to know. But yes, I think that if they don't make the playoffs, LaFleur will be gone. Now, does that mean Goody will be gone too? That's certainly possible. I don't. Oh, there's, and I say I don't know because there's nothing to give anybody any indication of what Policy would do. He's never been in this kind of a situation. He's been around it. Yep. You could say, well, he'll probably do it the same way his dad did it, or the way the 49ers did it. That's one way to look at it. I don't know if you can. Does Shanahan's kid coach the same way as his dad? There's some connection. But at the present, the Packers are nowhere the level that the 49ers were under Policy. I'd have to look all those years because they faded a little bit at the end, too, after Bill Walsh and then one with Steve Young. And then as I've compared LaFleur to Mariucci, they were good, but not good enough. So what's the last word you want to give us, Josh? Do you believe the Bears will finish ahead of the Packers in the division at the end of the season?
I'm going to say no. And the reason for that is because of the slow starts, and eventually this fourth quarter magic will run out. Now, I don't know if they'll finish with a losing record. I had them at 9 wins before the season started. So if they finish 9-8, I'll call it a good year.
I would expect 9-8 means they have to go 3-5 the last 8 games, and I'm proud to say I have no idea what the schedule is like, but I'm guessing it's reasonably easy.
It's tough.
Is it tough?
It's a tougher schedule. They got the Packers twice, Minnesota this week, Detroit to end the year. They still have Pittsburgh, which won't be easy because it's Aaron Rodgers who still owns the Bears.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tougher year with the games they're playing in the division in the AFC. All right, Josh, Jason,
Cleveland.
And Cleveland. Oh, that's a win. University of Cleveland, they can handle. Josh, appreciate the call. And at 1:22, very soon, Jason Wilde. But I am next again.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ. All the antics.
Why the hell are we still doing encores? I go to the Killers, and they leave the stage. Oh, thank you. Good night. Oh, I can't believe they didn't play Mr. Brightside.
All the action.
The talent they have here is a joke. And to me, I don't know, it just feels like a money grab by Fickell because he didn't want to put the work in.
I mean, is Wisconsin a real program?
The best of both worlds lives right here. Jen, Gabe, and Chewy. Weekday mornings from 7 to 9 on 94.5 ESPN, the ESPN Wisconsin app, and ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
You want in on the autumn action at Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee? Of course you do. With $300,000 in prizes, who wouldn't? November 1st through the 20th, play with your rewards card for entries. Thursdays, pick your win from a prize board. At the end of the night, all leftover prizes go to one winner in a jackpot drawing. Autumn action. It's going down at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Homer here for Window Nation's end-of-the-year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles, plus you could get 0% financing for 5 years. Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started.
Are you sick and tired of sad, skimpy, frozen pizzas that lack toppings and flavor? Problem solved. Screamin' Sicilian brings the party to pizza with mountains of whole milk mozzarella, premium meats, and veggies stacked to the sky. No tweaks necessary. Just tons of toppings and amazing flavor. Just bake it, bite it, and let it rip. Mamma mia! Find Screamin' Sicilian in your local grocer's freezer section. Screamin' Sicilian. Toppings piled high, screaming loud, always delicious.
We love the Packers. We bleed green and gold. And every time our team takes the field, well, it's pure football bliss. If only there was a way to experience that blissful winning feeling every day. At Associated Bank, we've got you. With 10% off Lambeau concessions and 15% off Pro Shop merch. All when you get Packers checking from Associated Bank. It's how Packers fans keep winning on game day and every day. Associated Bank. Bank of the Packers. Learn more at associatedbank.com/Packers. Member FDIC.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason.
From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right. And naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know you love working weekends. If it means working on your dream home, both inside and out. And we're here to help protect those dreams so you can enjoy peace of mind. Save up to 40% when you bundle home and auto. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Some exclusions apply. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Winning is so much fun. Losing just stinks. Window Nation, I love them, but more importantly, a 90% customer satisfaction. It's important that their customers love them, and they do. This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years. And as I always say about Window Nation, right now, they can do it. Not now, but right now, that soon. Faster than you think possible. Just tell them. Hurry, the sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. And realize that when you do, then you can get them done right now, which is important given where we are in the weather. windownation.com. Let's see. We have, 85 minutes. Grady in Madison. And then we will break for Jason Wilde. Yes, Grady, you are on Green Bay Game Morning.
Good evening.
Millions are listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to talk about the Packers wide receiver core here.
They're all hurt. They were all hurt tonight.
Who's all hurt? Let's talk about that.
Reed was hurt.
Tucker Kraft,
and Dobbs. Dobbs was not available at the end of the game either.
Well, none of our wide receiver core would be the number 2 wide receiver core in our division. Romeo Dobbs, DJ Moore, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. Do we want to keep talking? Can we talk about who our wide receiver cores are? We want to blame Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur, our depleted offensive line? Let's make the move, huh? Or are we just going to sit back and watch our team play?
I'm confused. What move are you suggesting, Grady?
I'm talking move at the deadline to make a run at the playoffs. Because right now, you look at the San Francisco 49ers schedule, the Panthers, the Bears, the Bengals, the Titans. They're going to make the playoffs. That's 3 in that division.
Okay.
Because the Seahawks
you get
are make
7 teams, the Rams and the 49ers, assuming the Seahawks win the division or either way. That's 2. You got another playoff spot. All the Packers got to do is finish second in the division. They're in.
The West's getting 3.
What?
We'll leave it at that. The West's the best. The West is getting 3 in.
Fine. That doesn't change anything.
Sure does.
No.
You get 3 there.
What?
You get 1 in the North.
Right, and 2 in the West. That gives you your 7 teams. The Packers will be one of those teams.
We're not going to be the number 1 in the West. Let's just face it, right?
I don't know what you're saying. The Packers. Are you? What is your point? The Packers in the world. You say.
Do you like our O-line? Do you like our wide receiver core?
I like the wide receiver core a lot.
Even if we're healthy.
Well, again, that's the problem. Well, and they have to get healthy. But yes, I
like our wide receiver core.
I do.
Okay, if we're healthy, who's our number 1?
I don't care. I like the wide receiver core.
Who would our division take?
I don't care about the other teams in the division. I care about how good the Packers receiving core is. Well,
At the end of the
it doesn't.
At the end of the day,
that's a part of it. You got to make the playoffs as well, and you have Tucker Kraft hurt, and that's the biggest problem.
Okay, he's out for the year. We knew that before the trade deadline.
No, they're not doing anything.
Now you answer my question.
Yes.
Now you have the best. Who's our best wide receiver, and who would our division take?
I don't care about the division. I care about the Packers. I think they have good wide receivers, good young wide receivers. I think Golden's going to be good. He's hurt as well. I think Reed is good, and they have great. So wherever you want to put them, I think they have wide receivers good enough to win enough games to get in the playoffs. Probably not to win the division. But what the rest of the division is in that one regard is, I guess, disgusting, but it doesn't tell me whether or not the Packers are good enough to make the division, and they aren't if their offense is this bad. We'll see what Jason Wilde says, because he's next, and they're still waiting. Millions at 1:30 in the morning on Green Bay game night turned into game day.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Ready for the snap, and a timeout taken. The team looks a little bit lost. Let's bring in Gina Della from Pella. What's the winning game plan this month?
Wayne, the winning play is simple. A whole house of new windows as low as $297 a month with 0% interest for up to 6 years.
Wow, that's a drive you can sustain for years. No penalties, no interest. A championship move from Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
No doubt, Wayne. And unlike the opponent's defense, Pella Windows actually stopped the drafts.
The draft picks we gave up for number one had to be the steal of the century.
True, but I'm talking about replacing all drafty windows.
Roger that. With energy-efficient windows that keep the cold out, you'll stay as toasty as a fan at a warm weather preseason game.
Pay as low as $297 a month for a whole house of new Pella windows.
Don't sit on the sidelines, folks. Make your move today.
Schedule your free consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Certain restrictions apply. It's 11/30/2025.
When it comes to joint replacement, you want the best care available. The Orthopedic Surgery Center in Pewaukee is a leader in joint replacement, offering same-day surgery with advanced technology. Their team of experts specializes in knee, hip, and shoulder replacements, using the latest techniques to minimize pain and recovery time. By choosing them, you're choosing a center focused on providing specialized care tailored to your needs. The team at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin can get you back to what matters, living pain-free.
And their prices are more affordable than urgent care or the ER. And they'll send a full report to your primary care doctor. Why wait at the ER? Walk in to Ortho ASAP for faster, more affordable care.
Total joint replacement. There is a difference. Visit orthowisconsin.com. That's orthowisconsin.com.
Homer here with a message about Three Pillars Senior Living Communities, located on a serene setting along the Bark River on 300 gorgeous acres. Three Pillars Senior Living Communities is a top-ranked full continuum community. Active adult, independent living, assisted living, memory care, skilled nursing, and rehab. Three Pillars, the hands-down choice for you or your loved one. Been there. Know people who live there. They love it. You gotta go to Dousman and see it in person. Get all the info on Three Pillars at threepillars.org.
Now's the time to plan your total experience getaway to the Island Resort and Casino. With over 450 hotel rooms and a luxurious spa, relax in style before diving into non-stop casino action. Watch your favorite teams on the big screens and enjoy great food and drinks at Team XC Sports Bar, or savor top-tier dining at Horizon Steakhouse. Then amp up your night with live music and comedy. Head to where the big game, big wins, and big fun come together. The Island Resort and Casino.
It's ESPN Wisconsin's Game Night, so for Events by Design. Events like appreciation parties and retreats can go a long way towards boosting morale and retaining top talent. Events by Design is your go-to creative partner for employee events that truly make an impact. They help leaders retain top talent by making their people feel seen, valued, and celebrated. The creative team at Events by Design does all the planning and production, making sure things not only look great, but also work. Make a smart investment in your culture today. Search online, Events by Design. They design, you party.
Homer here. Whether you're cheering from the stands or watching the game from your backyard, every fan knows great moments deserve great vibes. Swing into Higher Love Cannabis Company in Menominee, Michigan. Just across the Wisconsin border, they offer a full line of high-quality, clean green certified CBD products designed to help you relax, recover, and recharge no matter the season. Higher Love is organically grown, locally owned, and proudly one of the best in the Midwest. Visit them in Menominee or explore the full CBD lineup at findhigherlove.com/CBD.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ.
It is Green Bay Game Night turned into Green Bay Game Day. 1:37 and time to hear from Jason Wilde. People are still waiting to call in to talk, but they'll have to wait for Jason Wilde. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, Homer. How are you?
Horrible. Losing stinks. And I didn't think they were capable of being this bad offensively. You've now scored a grand total of 20 points in the last two games, both at home. You can take it from there.
Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. And everybody stinks. The play caller stinks. The quarterback stinks. The running game stinks. The offensive line stinks. It's just, it's hard to see the team that we were talking about earlier this season when, they had this kind of blip on the radar performance against a pretty good, at least at the time, Browns defense. But they, 27-27 in the first two games that they won, with leaving more on the table. And then, putting up 40 against Dallas. Like, I definitely did not see this level of ineptitude coming. It's like the problem is that it makes total sense if you're a defense to play the soft zone stuff, keep your safeties back until you can, until Josh Jacobs runs the ball effectively. So like there was one running play where Aaron Banks ran right past the guy that hit Jacobs in the backfield for a 4-yard loss. And then there's that fourth down play where I'm sure you've seen this now, but like the defensive players for the Eagles are calling out the play before it happens.
I wanted to ask you about that. How often does that happen?
I mean, I'm sure it happens more often than we realize because we don't always get to hear it through the microphone on the center. But it certainly is not, I wouldn't say it's a regular occurrence.
So how does it happen?
Because their tendency, and Love explained it after the game, like they'd run that play a couple other times when they went quickly. So that's kind of their go-to run when they hurry up to the line. Well, first of all, LaFleur's explanation that he's trying to save time, so he didn't want to call a timeout there. Yeah, it doesn't do you. It's great that you saved your timeouts for later, but you screwed up the critical 4th down and 1 play.
Let me help people out. He is incapable of game management. Every time he does bad game management, no one should be surprised. I don't know what he thinks. I don't know who's in his staff. But how many times have I asked you, have you said it makes no sense?
I would say incapable, as is often the case with you, is strong. I would say he has definitely failed on multiple occasions.
Right.
With game management.
Like,
I would also say that
this play is more important. If you make the play, you have more than enough time, and there aren't enough timeouts for you to finish off. You're going to get 20 seconds left with the. I mean, I can't comprehend it. He's smart, and this is so stupid. I want to know what's going through his head to determine what help he needs to not let this happen again.
Yeah, I mean, what was going through his head apparently was a flawed idea that he needed to conserve the timeout and that he felt like they could get the one measly yard, but it's fourth down. Like, if it was third down, jump the ball, go. And if you fail, then you call timeout and go for it on fourth down. But it's like, if you fail, you don't get to keep the ball. The other team takes it away from you. And so I just, the explanation I thought was poor. Obviously
makes
the
sense to
execution
me.
was poor. Yeah. So and LaFleur did. I mean, Pete Doherty asked, like, LaFleur called the play. That wasn't Jordan Love calling the play on his own like Aaron Rodgers might have under those circumstances. So, one of the things that I asked LaFleur tonight was, remember in 23 when you guys I said, I haven't seen you guys struggle offensively to this degree since the first half of Jordan's first season as a starter. And I said, you said at the time, I told Jordan to let it rip. And as a play caller, you let it rip. I said, can you do that? Or is the way you're being defended preventing that? Because he seems afraid of his quarterback making a mistake. I don't see, there were a couple of times I don't listen. I've got it on my iPad because I'm obviously watching the game live from the press box, but I have my iPad with the game on it, the broadcast, and I don't listen because I'm trying to think and it's 40 seconds behind or whatever. But like at one point, I guess I thought the same thing as Troy Aikman did that I learned later. Like they ran like a play action pass on 2nd and 14 from their own 10. Like, why are you going play action there? Like, that's not holding anybody.
Especially when you never go play action in other situations where it might be expected.
So he seems overwhelmed, and he seems, you've got somebody who doesn't know the answers when they give you that's a good question. If I knew the answer, then we wouldn't be here. Okay, but it's your job to figure out the answer. And you had an extra day this week after the way the Panthers played you defensively, and the fact that that's exactly how Fangio played you in the playoff game, 10 months ago. You knew they were going to play you this way. Why didn't you come up with better solutions? This all is the offensive line and the running game first and foremost, because if they're going to play, as Love put it, with a light box of 6 guys, you have to be able to run against that. And the fact that they're not with Josh Jacobs tells me that their offensive line is not doing its part. But again, no one offensively is doing its part. My point is that it feels like, to me anyway, that if your offensive line is short-circuiting, then it's hard to get all the other stuff going. That's how important that group is. And look, Love, you said about LaFleur, he's such a smart person and he does stupid things. Like, Jordan Love is a really smart guy, and then he just does these things that you think, like the fourth down play where he fumbles. Like, what are you doing? Or was that third down? You can't. I understand you don't want to take the sack there. I get it, but that was just so negligent that it defies comprehension. But nothing compares to what they did on the fourth down when they didn't call timeout. Like I don't understand that at all. And I think with LaFleur's not talking tomorrow, which is typical for after a Monday night game. We're usually just no access on Tuesday. But to me, that's one of the questions that, with a little bit of time, he's got to look back on that and say, yeah, that was dumb. We should have called timeout. That's too crucial of a moment to go fast. That was
but
just
he
a huge
told
mistake.
you all you need to know. I mean, I give him credit for being honest. Because the answer can't be good because there is no good answer.
That's true. There is not. Undeniably.
And we've been through this before, and so he doesn't apparently feel necessary to have someone help him in this situation.
No, he does. That's what Rich Bisaccia is there for. I mean, that is he's the assistant head coach, and he does do the game management stuff that is his job.
You must not listen to him.
Or he's not good at it either. I don't know.
Right. Most of the discussion, well, let's deal with the injuries because I've said that I think that they will beat the Giants, and Tausch didn't seem to have even that confidence. So who's hurt and how bad? Because I still think the team is pretty good. So
yeah, they just don't. It's like that line in Moneyball. You may not look like a winning team, but you are one. So play like one today. Elton Jenkins broke his leg. So that's not good. Now, I saw Rob Domofsky tweeted that in some way it's actually better than if he'd have torn a bunch of ligaments in there because you cast it and you could be back before the end of the season.
Seriously?
But yeah. But it's still a problem, obviously. The wide receiver thing, they were already without Golden. Obviously, they're without Reed.
Mm-hmm.
And then, they lose Dobbs to the chest injury. But I asked LaFleur about this because look, I am a big Bo Melton guy. Like, I would want him on my team no matter what team and what sport I'm playing. But if he's not practicing at wide receiver and you're playing him at wide receiver, and then you should probably expect him to drop a ball, which he did, and to line up incorrectly, which he did, which wiped out a Christian Watson big gain. Like, I don't understand what they did. They knew they weren't going to have Golden. Savion Williams was also on the injury report. So was Wicks. So they knew that they had some guys that were injured. And they didn't call anybody up from the practice squad. That's what made me think that Golden, I was like, at 3 o'clock, I was like, I guess Golden's going to play because how do you not bring up a practice squad guy if he's going to be out?
So
and
how do you explain LaFleur's behavior?
Well, that part, I mean, that's him and Goody in concert, and they decided that essentially that Bo Melton could get the job done.
Better than
and
the
in
options.
fairness to Bo, yeah, I mean, in fairness to Bo, like, he did have one critical catch. I mean, I think he had 5 targets. I mean, you moved him to corner. I would hope with the extra day of practice that at some point during the week they got him more work at wide receiver. Because I don't care that he played it the last 2 years. He practices exclusively on special teams and at corner. Which, by the way, he wasn't that many plays away. He was 1 injury away from having to play corner, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the next guy up is Kamal Haddon, and then it's him. So, and that's not an excuse. He's got to make that catch. Bo said that. That's a critical 4th down play. He can't drop it.
So is he getting himself fired?
So Matt Schneidman from The Athletic.
I saw the question. Yeah,
asked that question. I mean, I don't personally think that his performance is like so egregious that he deserves to be fired, or that he is going to get fired at the end of the season. I don't know what the next 8 games hold, but
can anybody know? Because how
he's
can anybody know policies? The way he does.
And look, I know Tausch and I have a fundamental disagreement on, like, I'm more critical of Goody than he is. I get that. But, like, to some degree, we have to at least acknowledge the possibility that maybe these guys aren't as good as we think they are on the roster either.
Sure.
Like, how good is Christian Watson? Like, we've seen him have moments where he looks, where he's, drawing comparisons to Randy Moss, right? At the same time, he like how he was not on the field for that fourth down, and Bo Melton was, is another mystery.
Yep.
Like, I don't care that he ran a long route. He's got to get back on
to me, if I was in the position, those are the kind of things that would make me think I got to get another head coach, because this is a guy whose offense is his specialty, and these are mistakes that should never happen. And they've happened on a regular basis, and, that makes it easier. Like, what the hell's going on?
Well, and as the old saying goes, you can't fire everybody, so you fire the coach. I get it. I'm not there. I do think
I'm not
Goody,
either, but I think
Goody deserves scrutiny, not as much as Matt LaFleur does, but he deserves scrutiny. I mean, Aaron Banks missed a critical block again tonight. Jordan Morgan does not look very good to me for a first-round pick. Those are two critical pieces on your offensive line.
Yep.
You decided to rebuild the line and move Elton Jenkins to center, where first he didn't look very good, now he's hurt. I mean, those are all personnel decisions. The corner that you gave a $48 million contract to has been hurt and has played poorly when he has played. So, as much as we give him very much deserved credit for McKinney and Jacobs and drafting Jordan Love when he didn't need a quarterback and all the things that he's done well, I don't think it should be a slam dunk of, you're going to fire the coach, hire a new coach, keep the GM, and win a Super Bowl.
No, he could fire the GM too. They're both in the same situation. We don't even know if he's going to keep the same setup, GM and head coach, do we?
Yeah, we don't know that.
All right.
So
I'll let you go because it's early, but I'm curious just to answer at wide receiver, which players could play next week? Golden, Reed, and Dobbs.
Right. We don't. Reed's obviously not coming back for another several weeks.
Okay.
I don't know. Dobbs. We were told it was a chest injury. I don't know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
There's times when guys have a chest injury and they've got a broken rib. I think when Luke Musgrave left that game, I think they said it was a chest injury. It turned out to be a lacerated kidney.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. They've got Watson, they've got Wicks, they've got Bo Melton, they've got Malik Heath. But again, when they only elevated Christian Welch to play special teams, I was like, what? They must be planning on A, playing Bo, and B, thinking that they're going to have, Golden on a limited snap count. But look, to me, the biggest thing and the most interesting thing that was said was Jordan Love's line. I don't know if you and Will played it at any point, but Jordan Love's line about how basically I wouldn't blame the defense if they looked over at us and said, what's the deal with you guys? What's the matter with you guys? And I think they would be justified. And, they're not going to point fingers, at least not publicly, but that those guys, they've lost 3 games this season.
Yep.
In which they allowed 13, 16, and 10 points.
Yep.
You're not supposed to lose games. You should be able to score 14, 17, and 11.
And I would emphasize 2 of those were Cleveland and Carolina. I guess Cleveland you can give a little pass. Carolina you can't.
No, Cleveland lost to the Jets yesterday, right? Cleveland's 2-7. One of their wins is against the Packers. Okay, their defense is pretty good. You still don't lose that game. And obviously it wasn't just the offense that they get the field goal blocked, et cetera.
Right. And Tauscher was crazy when really Nat's on the field goal, and I said, I'm just not I would have done the way they've handled it. It hasn't worked out right. Maybe they'll put him on 4 weeks off now. But to not go for a 57 and 59 yarder, I don't think everybody does that. They may once in a while. You check the numbers. It's not very often that you do it, but it hasn't worked. I'm not disputing that, but that's pretty low on the list.
And after you see him try to, like, I thought it was really interesting that the timeout was in plenty of time on the 64-yarder that he didn't have to kick it, and they ran the operation anyway, which I thought might get even a penalty because the play was clearly blown dead long before Matt Orzech snapped it back to Daniel Whelan.
I figured they were wondering with the wind how possible it really was.
So obviously they did it as kind of a fact-finding mission. But he hit it straight, and it was still like 3 yards shy. So then for them to try it again, I was like, he just showed you he can't get it there. Do you really think he's going to, now with his bad quad, wind up and kick it again, and this one's going to go through? Like, it's not, and his second attempt, the ball landed closer to the end zone pylon than it did to the left upright.
Yeah, it was bad.
So why don't you... To me, then you saw what happened when he had a full leg of strength and it was still short. Then you say, all right, they send their offense back out there trying to get him a little closer. That fails, right, on the throw to the sideline.
Yeah, you would have thrown a Hail Mary.
Leave him out there and throw the Hail Mary. What are you doing?
Yeah, that I can understand. All right, so Golden should be back, right? I mean, if you know.
I don't know. Like we were told at the beginning of the week, it sounded like he was going to be back this week. And then suddenly he wasn't. So I don't know the answer to that.
Thanks, Jason.
Not great, Bob.
Thanks.
All right. Good night, Homer.
Good night. Good morning. Jason Wilde, it's almost 2 o'clock. I knew we'd get past 2. I think Doug and Joe are still waiting. They will be next with me.
Stay right here. Green Bay Game Night will be right back on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
Hey, think you're the ultimate trivia champ? Well, prove it against us, your favorite WTMJ host.
It's free to play. All we ask is bring a new unwrapped toy to benefit Capco's Kids to Kids Toy Drive.
Or you can donate at WTMJ.com. Just text TOY to the WTMJ Talk and Text line.
855-616-1620. Grab your friends. Test your smarts. All while helping a great cause.
It's the WTMJ Trivia Challenge, coming to a place near you.
Check out the schedule of where we will be at WTMJ.com.
Hey, it's your friend John McGivern. In a world full of chaos, I'm grateful for a health plan that has my back. Network Health is so reliable and trustworthy, they always put me and over 126,000 members first. It's just what they do and what they've always done for over 41 years. Call 833-7-NETWORK today. HMO and POS plans underwritten by Network Health Plan. Compensation has been provided for using this endorsement of Network Health.
It's ESPN Milwaukee's Brad Nortman here with some exciting news from my friends at Bank 59. Not only have they been named a top workplace for 16 straight years, but they've just won the prestigious Community Choice Award as the best bank in the Milwaukee area. Honestly, I'm not surprised. Not only do they have great products and services, but they truly live out their mission to make lives better. If you're looking for a true local community bank, check out the best. Visit bank59.com to learn more today. Member FDIC.
Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on the Packers, on the Bucks, and whether it's football, basketball, or both, Prize Picks makes every game more exciting. Hey, it's Mark Tauscher here with ESPN Wisconsin, and I've been playing Prize Picks, and it is as fun and simple as it gets. Which players are going to go off? Which ones are overhyped? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds, and you can turn your takes into cash. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats, get them right, and you can cash in. And now Prize Picks has stacks. Pick the player up to 3 times in one lineup. You want more on Giannis's threes, assists, rebounds? Stack them all only on Prize Picks. Plus, you can follow other players and copy their lineups in one click in the new Feed tab. And with injury reboots, if your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, it won't count as a loss. Deposits are fast and easy with Venmo, Apple Pay, and MasterCard, and more. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use that code WI and you get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, that's code WI for Prize Picks. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Give the gift of a special night out from the Bartolotta Restaurants. Purchase a gift card at bartolottas.com and get a $20 holiday bonus for every $100 you spend. Happy holidays from all of us at the Bartolotta Restaurants, and thank you, Milwaukee.
Oh no, there's only seltzer left, and it's passionberry almond fruit? Who comes up with these? Kick the aluminum can to the curb and mix up a cocktail you actually want with Tito's. It tastes great, it's gluten-free, and it's available in a variety of sizes for your convenience. The flavor abilities are endless. Tito's Handmade Vodka, the official spirit of whatever you want to drink. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
In football, what does every great team start with?
A strong defense. Same's true in business.
Defense against what?
Cyber threats. That's why companies use Trend Micro.
What do they actually protect?
Your network, your data, your people, from ransomware, phishing, and more.
So it's not just antivirus?
Not at all. Trend Micro has a full defensive playbook trusted worldwide for over 35 years.
Sounds like the kind of defense every business needs.
Exactly. Don't get blindsided. Go to trendmicro.com and see how enterprise security is done right.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
It hasn't changed. The Green Bay Packers lost to the Philadelphia Eagles 10-7. And if you weren't listening earlier, Thursday's game, Denver and the Raiders 10-7. I remember how horrible that game was to watch, so I understand if everybody outside of maybe Eagles fans or Packer fans would say the same thing about tonight's 10-7 Philly over Green Bay. They've been waiting a week. Joe in Tennessee. Actually, when Joe first called, he was in Florida. Now he's in Tennessee. Yes, Joe. You are on Green Bay game morning at 2:02 Milwaukee time. Way to go.
Steve, here we are. Who would have thought? Not this guy. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I was at the game.
Wow. Was it as cold as I thought with the wind, or what? What was it like?
For some Tennessee folks, originally born in Wisconsin, though, so not as bad as I thought, but it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, to me, it's always the wind. I think the wind.
I brought my 8-year-old daughter there, and she loved it. So
it is an incredible experience. Even if we didn't get the win, but I listened to Wildy. I listened to all the callers. I think the bottom line here, and I tend to agree with you on this, is that I don't know if LaFleur is a leader of men, and I just don't see the willingness to give it all when it matters, and that's my gripe with this team. And I'll listen to what you got to say about that. My biggest complaint is the mistakes he makes with game management, certain decisions that if I'm policy, that's grounds on which to fire him. There are certain things I expect. I think the players will have their helmets and shoes when they show up. He's making mistakes that just don't make any sense. And the offense is struggling, but I'm not saying it will get done because I don't know anything about policy. But when I talked with Jason and they're like, well, what's his defense? He said he thought he needed the extra time. Well, that's bad high school coaching. On the field, it's a mess. You call timeout. You don't have. I don't know how many times we've gone over this stuff and going, what is he thinking? Well, he'll explain it. No, this is why I liked he was honest tonight. He thought that he needed the time, Well, then he has no clue.
Yeah.
When you ask somebody what's 2 and 2 and they say it's 5, then you want to go, well, how do you get to 5? Well, I thought 1 less than 3 and 3. I don't know how you come up with it, but you have to have an answer, and I'm glad he did. And that's a stupid answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a hard pill to swallow, and I think when you hear him say that stuff, I think what I was getting at is like, there's no conviction, right? It's It's not.
You might
like
be right.
Dan Campbell's
I never make the
Dan
judgment.
Campbell's ride or die, right?
I never make my thoughts based on that. I mean, it's like, all right, how do they play? What's their going? I don't want to ever try to figure out why or what's in his mind. Like he doesn't care about the Packers, or he does care, or he's frustrated. I don't care why unless I can change the why. I'm just observing. And I know you're observing, too, going, this offense is a mess. I think it feels worse since they had Jacobs because he hasn't figured out how to use him and still fundamentally pass the ball first with the weapons he has. He did it at the end of the Carolina game, and I would emphasize in the series in which they scored, it was run, pass, pass, run, pass, pass, run, pass, pass. So you have like 8 of your first 11 plays are passes. Doesn't that tell you?
Yeah,
Yet when they got down to the last 6 yards, they ran the ball. So you of course have to run it. I'll discuss it with Brian Bulaga. But the only time they've moved the ball and been able to get it in is when fundamentally they had a quick passing game. But he doesn't seem to want to do that.
I don't disagree. I think, I've watched enough games now to see it, and I wonder how much of that frustration that we're feeling right now was covered up by Aaron Rodgers when he was the signal caller.
Yes, as I've
kind
said,
of being like, we're not gonna run that play.
Right, first 3 years they were 39-10. And then the first year with Rodgers and the rest with Love, he's now 33-26-1. So the first 3 years with Rodgers went great. The last year didn't.
He got some burners on the offense, and I just schematically, you're just not getting open. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
But my answer is, you do know. We all know. Everybody knows. That people ask, what do you think? I go, you got eyes? You could watch and go, what the hell is going on out there? And then, the offensive line, or they try to run the ball, but they don't seem to be able to run it well enough to move the ball down the field. And then, as people say, the passes, everything seems on the outside, not enough stuff over the middle. You got a couple of fast guys. They don't seem to be able to take advantage of that. Everything. And then, as is often happens with teams struggling, the breaks go against them. But and then you see the same plays you don't like show up again at important situations. And, you're no different than what policy's watching. And then you have close games at the end, and they're doing what? I mean, they had a chance to win this game, and then, and then they got an extra possession. But, they're 4th and 1. Jason talked about it, where the play's a mess. Well, you only have 2 timeouts, not 3, so you can use one because you can't really stop the clock that well after it because you only got 2. You need 3. And so you're watching that going, if you were watching a college team, you go, that is horrible. How does that happen? It's not the first time we've seen it. So, that everybody sees the same. If they don't resolve it, then he's going to get rid of LaFleur or get rid of LaFleur and Goody or, do something, right?
To your point, if you watch the second half of the Steelers game, which we all did, It was like he finally said, F it, and we're just going to throw the ball. And Jordan Love looked like Aaron Rodgers his first 3 years when he was the head coach.
Right.
And you're like, where was this all this time? And also to your point, it's like, at the end of the day, I need a guy that's going to lead these guys to the Super Bowl. And I just don't know if this is the guy that's going to get the job done.
Yeah, and my answer, I've said that from the beginning. And Matt LaFleur made but Tim Van Vooren made a great point that the success that the other coaches had were all earlier than the 7th year, like it happened in the 3rd or 4th year. And he didn't say so, but he questioned whether there's that time where you just kind of don't have the players the same way. There are some exceptions, but what year was McCarthy and when he won it? What year was Holmgren and when he won it? It was like 4th I think 4th, and now LaFleur's in 7, and you've seen it drop off in the last 3 years. I think it doesn't guarantee anything, but everything points. Now we're just discussing how bad can it be. I mean, I still believe in them. I still think they can bounce back some, but the idea of this, championship team or at the highest level, I think, is a joke.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of talent on the roster, and the question is now, can you maximize what you have? And I think at this point, like to your point, 7 years in, you see guys like McVay who are way further in, still maximizing the talent that they have on their roster. They go all in to get a Super Bowl, and then they rebuild, and now they're still, pressing in the NFC West and in the NFC at large. I just don't know if LaFleur has the chops to get it done, but I think he has the roster to get it done. He has the talent.
Yeah, and this will be, if policy feels that way, he keeps Scooty and gets rid of the coach. If he thinks the roster isn't what everybody thought, then he gets rid of them both. Neither have extensions, and it just depends.
Exactly.
Just depends how good or bad.
It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough, and the schedule down the stretch is tough. The Bears are different. The Bears are respectable to good, and now those 2 games become much more difficult. You have Baltimore at home. They've gotten better. You have Detroit on the road, and Denver and on the road at Denver. There are a number of difficult games, even if you figure things out, and they're at 5-3-1. To me, they have to be 10-6-1, I think, to make the playoffs because of the schedule and how the other teams are. But thanks for the call. It's 2:12, and we're still going. Now we're down to 2 callers. Doug in Las Vegas. He was in Maine when he first called in. He's made a huge change in location. Yes, Doug. You're now at 2:13 on Green Bay game morning. Yes.
2 + 1 = 3. One comment really quick with Wildy saying, that the play call was heard, and I saw Josh Jacobs quote saying that they knew the play call. Why didn't Jordan Love take charge there and call timeout and say, we're not running this play? They know what it is. I don't think Aaron Rodgers, had he been back there, would have said, hey, they know the play we're going to run. Let's run it anyway.
That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know how much Jordan Love heard of it and what other things he had to take care of. And I don't know if in general when players say they know what the play is, if that really influences what defense they play. Do you know what I mean? Like, fine, we know what this is, but this is what we're doing.
Right.
All of it. But yes,
Understood.
I think it's a fair question to say he told you timeout, and you should know how many timeouts there are, and that 2 is different from 3. And your use of it changes dramatically in that situation. So, yeah, I don't know. When you could, I asked Jason this, but I've been following the league a long time, and you'd know all these stories. You hear kind of after the fact, somebody would say, like, when the Packers lost in the Super Bowl, Denver seemed to know what we were doing, or it was more they had a plan. They had to know where Leroy Butler was before to decide what the play they were going to run. But anyway, never like this. Never like they're yelling, and they have it 100% right. And then Jordan Love says, "Well, yeah, we had run the same play. Like no one else is thinking that.
4 times.
Like LaFleur isn't thinking
4
that.
times, exactly.
Right, or isn't
right.
Okay, how often have you done that before when they figured out what you did? And again, it's always LaFleur will just say, I messed up.
Or at least you have another play where you can the play and you have a second play call.
Right. Yes.
Hello.
Right. This, as I said, this isn't high school. But even in high school, they'd probably call timeout. If you heard the other team calling out the play, we'll call timeout and then discuss it because we might end up running the same play anyway or whatever. Or I just don't ever remember so much being said, so open right after the game, and that they were yelling it out. It wasn't like somebody said, yeah, I heard the guy. It looked like he knew what the play was. This was like they're screaming You know what I mean? It's like the way it was presented just seemed so rare to me that it was that bad or that obvious. Anyway, and you bring up a good point as to how often does that occur? What do you normally do?
Right. Well, let me get my second point because I want to pick up on what Willie said. So Jordan Love's first year, LaFleur had the brakes on. It was just run, the first half of the year. And then they went into Detroit, and it was like, okay, let's just go for it. And they started that game, if you remember, with a 51-yard bomb to Watson, and they kept on throwing the ball. Then they went to Dallas in the playoffs, where Dallas is number 2 seed, and we barely snuck in, and came out, and we were just throwing the ball all over. And the receivers then were Watson, Dobbs, Wicks, and Musgrave. And Tucker Kraft had just started playing a little bit.
Yep.
And now, 2 years later, with basically that same cast of characters, it's like he's got the parking brake on when he starts the game.
There's
I don't want to lose.
There's one huge difference that you got to mention. Jacobs.
Yes?
Jacobs
is better than Aaron Jones, in my opinion.
I understand, but somehow it hasn't worked, right?
Right.
Now, it should, but
yes.
You have, not only do you have those receivers, you have a better running game. Now, maybe the offensive lines, whatever. I'm just saying it's even more weird than you bring up because my answer would be he's gone back to running more because I think of the presence of Jacobs. But as I've stated and lost badly in arguing with Brian Bulaga, it hasn't worked. And their offense seems to have looked the best when they run, but they don't run first. It's like the NFL, to me, is you pass to set up the run, not the other way around. But Bulaga
the other big thing, I think, and this is what I really fault LaFleur for. And 2 years ago when he said, let's just go for it, he had Joe Barry and a not great defense. Now he has a defense where if you go for it doesn't work out, your defense can bail you out.
Yes.
And he's playing so conservative. He's playing like I have a defense that can give up 30 points, so if I can just run the ball and make the game go by quicker. It's like, no, throw the ball, see what happens. If you have to punt it away, trust your defense. You have the defense that can do it. So it's I think more egregious to play conservatively now when you have a defense that can bail you out.
I have come of the conclusion to try to explain this is that he's great and focuses on calling the right play. I got the right play. Well, but what about this? I got the right play. Well, but what about just all the things you brought up? It didn't make any damn difference. I got the right play, which again that can be the only explanation for missing as some of the things that you brought up. He's too smart not to see that, but he chooses not to do it.
Right.
So
he doesn't. He does not. He's not attacking the other team.
Right.
He's trying to outsmart them.
I guess, or it's like I got the play. Well, but no, it isn't working. We do this. No. This is the play to run. I can't. There's no other explanation for not doing what you see and what I see and what other people see, and he has to see, right? I don't want to do it that way. Well, I mean, we don't know why, if it's the quarterback or it's you have this great running back that you believe in, or the offensive line will get tired or they can't block. I don't know, but we all were kind of impressed with the plays that he would come up with, and now everybody's going, "What the hell is going on?" It's the same guy.
Right. They have one of the lowest. I think they're almost dead last in the league in coming out and scoring on their opening possession.
Yes. It seemed
How's
like
that possible? I mean, that's when you have all week to scheme up your plays.
And it seemed like he was pretty good at that at one time. Don't you think it was? And that, again, may have been Rodgers, but it seemed for a while he was good, and then he couldn't continue. And now, it's the exact opposite.
It's playing not to lose, not to win. He's playing not to lose as opposed to playing to win.
And you can come up with the reason, and you may be right. All I look at is the damn stuff ain't working. Now, you're right. You need to, and maybe now, all right? Because they're at the point of desperation.
Well, right. I mean, when did the offense start clicking? When they started going, as you have called for, going quicker and started passing the ball. All of a sudden, the same defense that would stymie all day, they went and they scored a touchdown.
Yes, at the end of both
why aren't
games.
you doing that for the other 3 quarters?
Yep, I would agree. Well, we'll see against the Giants because, I mean, he's clearly playing for his job, and I think it's fair to say if they lose to the Giants, he could get fired.
I could certainly see at that point that it's like if you see what you see the last 3, this game and the last game, and then he does the same thing against the Giants. At that point, it's kind of a Mike McCarthy.
Well, it's still. I mean, I'm the president. I'm going. We still have players. I can't give up on this season and refuse to, and it's clearly lost. I mean, it's not as if it's the guy who's the head coach, but he's also the offensive guy, and
right.
It's
with
not.
The talent you have, you should not. You should be scoring 20+ points a game.
Right, and it's. It's not, as I've said before, it's not about losing, it's about embarrassing. And to score so few points
McCarthy
again.
got fired. He lost to a quarterback that was basically a first-round bust in his career.
But even then, I'll never know because, I mean, I don't know Murphy. But, yes, in terms of what had occurred at that time, it was you must think the season's gone because he certainly had done enough that he could have deserved or earned a chance to get the rest of the season. Thanks for the call. 1-800-990-3776. No, we're not going to make it till 3. Larry in California. He doesn't really count because it's only midnight there. This is not the same. But go ahead, Larry.
Well, at the beginning of the season, I told you that I thought that Matt LaFleur should have been fired. And
you did. I thought you were crazy.
Belichick.
Well, Belichick, you were crazy.
It seems to me I'm going to get half of that right because I think he is going to get fired.
At the end of the year.
I do think so. He has to be fired. The team has lost confidence in his ability to coach these players.
Right.
And Jordan Love, he must – I look at his body language, and he is like thinking, God, I don't want to be here. I want to be on another team because I see that in him.
I don't know that. You could be right. But I would say if LaFleur can bring the team back and they can play better, then he's going to get some credit for that. Then it will be to decide. But if they continue in the way they're going, he's done. And that doesn't mean lose every game. That means if they don't make the playoffs, he's done.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. There's too many other teams that are too good.
Again, but remember 7 teams get in. You get 3 wild card teams, and then they'll need maybe the 3rd spot again. But anyway, what bothered you the most? Other than not scoring any points, but what bothers you watching it? What bothers you the most?
Well, it's about Jordan Love. It's just that he does not want to run the ball. And I keep telling you this every time I call, that he doesn't run the ball, and he should be running it to give an added dimension to that Packer offense.
I agree totally.
Now, it's decimated now because they don't have Kraft. They don't have a few other players there. They're a subpar 500 team. They're lucky they're at 5-3-1. They're lucky. Because they should really probably be 1-4.
Based on how they've played the last few weeks. But remember, this was the team that looked pretty good early. Put a whooping on the Lions. Put a whooping on Washington.
Well, I made a mistake. I told you that I thought they would win 11 wins this season, and that's not going to come. That's not going to be happening.
That is not. I'm at 10-6-1. I'm at 10-6-1. They got to win 3 of the next 4, or they got to win 2 of the next 3. Let's see. What did I say? No, they got to win 3 of the next 4. That puts them at 8-4-1, and then they have to split the last 4. That's how I got 10-6-1. So, I'm sure you're not there.
Matt LaFleur's got to go. I'm sorry that, Homer. He's been there 7 years, and he's been close to getting to the big game, and he can't do it anymore.
Here's the numbers you're going to get. 39-10 the first 3 years.
Right.
All with Rodgers, but a 4th year with Rodgers, and since 33-26-1.
That's awful.
Remember,
with
after
a team that
39
had
and
all
10,
this
39 and
talent.
10, it was like one of the great starts in the history of the NFL. And yes, and it's important to emphasize that he still had Rodgers that last year. So it wasn't like Rodgers left and now you're having to restart over with a quarterback. No, you had 1 year with Rodgers. And if he goes, you easily have, depending on what they do the rest of the way. But, yeah, I'm trying to think. If they don't make the playoffs, would it be an even bigger surprise if he came back even more so than the Wisconsin coach coming back? I'll wait for that down the road. But
let me ask you, Michael Parsons, I only saw one play tonight that he did. Am I correct to say that? He was hardly out there.
Not hardly out there. I don't know. He made one play, but it's hard. There's a reason to watch it, but it's hard to argue on anything on the defensive side when they give up only 10 points. I mean, they pretty much controlled Philadelphia throughout the game. Philadelphia's had some issues. Someone told me that's true. That I think they'd been every game they played, the other team has had more yards than they have. But I mean, yes, you think that you'd like him to do more, but you just can't say much when, let's look in the first half. Philadelphia fumble, 3 and out, punt, and downs. That's the first half. Then the second half, field goal, 3 and out, touchdown, 3 and out, and then I guess the last one was downs when they did it. So,
well, don't you think Philadelphia was playing down to their counterpart? They weren't really.
No, they've had trouble offensively. I do think they're very conservative and seem to be comfortable with the offense struggling, in that they'll figure out a way to win the game, maybe with Hurts, but they do seem to me to be very conservative at times running the ball when, you have no chance of a first down. It's almost like watching high school football in the 60s. All right, that's what we do. We just run the ball. It's 3rd and 11. They're the run play. And yet they believe they've figured out the way they do it to still win games, and this would be another example of that. But they're just not that good either. Right?
Who, Philadelphia? You don't think it's that good?
No.
Well, they're going to win that division, that for sure. And they're going to go into the playoffs.
Right, they'll have a better situation in the playoffs, but they got to figure things out.
I mean,
too.
the Rams, which is in my area out here where I live.
Rams and Seattle both look really good.
Yeah, this is going to be a great game this coming Sunday
yes.
when they play each other.
And they can score.
Game.
So, but I don't know. The disappointing part is that the Packers could have won the game, and they wouldn't have had to do that much more. Right?
That's right.
So, all right, we will see. I have picked them to beat the Giants. I think they will. And the question is, how many points do I believe they score? I believe they will be in the 20s. And I believe if he loses, he could easily get fired, especially if they score in the teens. They put up another 16 and lose at the Giants, I think. And I look at this more like, because I don't know, that's what I would do. I would refuse to give up the season, but I would feel like he's lost them. I got to have somebody else and see if the change will get us in the playoffs, right? They lose to the Giants. I think, wouldn't the assumption be that they're not going to make the playoffs? They've lost 3 in a row. They'll be 5-4-1, and then everybody will notice where the other situation is in the NFC. The final break, and then Will with his comments. I don't know what time he thought this was going to end. This is our record, isn't it? I mean, I don't know.
It's got to be.
It's got to be. Not for Pack Attack on Channel 12. The latest there was 3 o'clock. I said I wanted to go till 5 when the first news came on, and they informed me I could, but all the producers in the room said, we're leaving, so I don't know how you're going to do the damn show by yourself. But
couldn't do both?
Couldn't do both then. Didn't have AI or something. Just turn the robots. Bring in the robots. Let's go. Packers lose 10-7. Exactly the same score as the Thursday night game. Not good for the NFL. That game was boring, and I'm sure for the majority of the country, this one was every bit as bad. The close next.
We're back with Green Bay Game Night after this on ESPN Wisconsin and 620 WTMJ. Whether it's live or in podcast form, you've heard us on air with all of our shenanigans.
Gabe, I'm throwing some. Why are you throwing? I don't want.
Now see your favorite 94.5 ESPN shows streaming on video.
By me, by the way. I hit that microphone like 4 out of 6 times on that.
Subscribe to ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube and get notified when we hit the air live. Plus, you can watch back any second that you miss and see original digital content too. Watch, listen, interact. ESPN Milwaukee on YouTube.
A father faces homelessness. A mother is hospitalized, and there's no one to watch their children. La Causa Crisis Nursery and Respite Center is the only free 24/7 crisis nursery in Milwaukee. It's a safe and nurturing place for children aged 0 to 12 to stay while their parents work to regain stability and strength. Your generosity keeps the doors open, so join them at Facts and Familia Trivia Night on November 19th. All proceeds support La Causa Crisis Nursery and Respite Center. Get tickets and learn more at lacausa.org.
Hey, it's Gary Ellerson for Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center. Looking to escape the cold or take a midday break? Get your game on at Wisconsin Indoor Golf Center, where it's always golf season. Play more than 2,000 courses, including over 50 right here in Wisconsin. And even that famous course where they hand out green jackets. Top tech simulators, great food, and the best Bloody Marys around. This is your year-round slice of summer. Bays start at just $35 an hour, Monday through Friday. Book your bay today at WisconsinIndoorGolfCenter.com.
What's better than cheering for the Packers with an ice-cold beer in your hand? Cheering for the Packers with an ice-cold beer in your hand that you got for 10% off. And when you get Packers checking from Associated Bank, you get even more. Like 10% off food and 10% off drinks on game day. Like that ice-cold beer in your hand. Plus 15% off Pro Shop gear. Only with Packers checking. Associated Bank. Bank of the Packers. Learn more at associatedbank.com/Packers. Member FDIC.
Looking up at the Marquette banners, brought to you by Saganiac Planning. Number 15 retired in honor of Butch Lee. He finished in 78, and the number retired the next season. It's hard to believe that any player could ever equal what Butch Lee did at Marquette. Part of the national championship team in 77, and the Final Four MVP, and the next season, the consensus National Player of the Year. So much success, it's not necessary to bring up any statistics. Number 15, Butch Lee, did everything. Running a business means taking care of your team and your bottom line. For over 50 years, Saganiac Planning has helped small businesses build smarter, more affordable medical and employee benefit plans. From health insurance to customized coverage options, our experts make it simple to protect your people and your future. Saganiac Planning, your partner in planning confidence. Visit SaganiacPlanning.com or call John Saganiac Jr. today to get started. 262-783-6161.
Is back pain slowing you down? When it comes to spine care, you need specialized expertise. At the OAW Spine Center, their orthopedic care specialists provide the highest level of care for everything from herniated discs to spinal fusion. They start with the most conservative, non-surgical treatments like physical therapy and injections. If surgery is needed, minimally invasive procedures at the OAW Spine Center will get you back on your feet faster. With a focus on treating the source of the problem, they take a comprehensive, active approach to spine health, getting you back to the life you love. The OAW Spine Center. There is a difference. Visit OAWSpineCenter.com. That's OAWSpineCenter.com.
You're listening to Green Bay Game Night on ESPN Wisconsin at 620 WTMJ.
No, you can turn your mic on. This is your segment.
All mine?
Well, we find out what you think. I did want to mention In the NFC North, Detroit is 6-3, Chicago 6-3, the Packers 5-3-1, and Minnesota 4-5. You should know that at the end of next week play, the Packers should be back in first place. Chicago is playing at Minnesota. I assume a loss there. They're 6-4. Green Bay at the Giants. That's a win. So the Packers go to 6-3-1. And Detroit is at Philadelphia.
Interesting.
I'm counting on Philadelphia winning that game, but not with near confidence. But it very well could be. Then the following week, Chicago is host to Pittsburgh. The Giants are at Detroit. Minnesota is in Green Bay. And so it could change then. But assuming that Philly can win at home against Detroit, which is no guarantee, the Packers could very easily be back in first place in a week. And I mentioned that the story really is the Chicago Bears last year. Points scored, Green Bay was 8th best. The Bears were 28th of 32 teams. And now, 9 games in, the Bears have 239 points scored. The Packers at 213.
I mean, when I think about this team, I think, what are they good at? What do you think they're good at? What have they consistently been good at?
They've been consistently good at defense and not giving up many points.
And they're young. That's pretty much all they got going for them, though. The offense has regressed every single game since the first game of the year.
Other than Dallas.
Yes.
And the second half against Pittsburgh.
Yes.
But I think they still have players. I like Golden. I like Watson. It hurts that Tucker Kraft is gone. He's their best offensive player. I just don't believe they have ever figured out how to use Jacobs the best.
No, and the only time they had to use him last year was because they couldn't pass the ball. The receivers kept dropping the ball, so they had,
Correct.
And now they have to rely on him too. So it almost makes.
But
me
I
think,
don't think they have to rely on him.
Teams have figured out the run game. The run game is kaput.
I mean, it's okay, but it's not like you can. The offensive line isn't good enough. You can run the ball some. It's okay to pass to set up the run, or to be able to run when you have a lead, or to be able to run when you get near the goal line. I mean, that's huge, and they did that in their drive. Again, 8 of 11 plays were passes, but when it was on the 7-yard line, 6 or 7, they ran the ball for a touchdown. The setup was almost identical to what they did at the end of the game against Carolina when they lost 2.
In the first half, it felt like the only run plays that were working were when Jordan Love was scrambling. On the non-designed run plays when it was a pass and he had to run for it, were the only successful ones.
He's in the shotgun. He stays in the pocket. They never roll him out, it seems to me, and take advantage of that ability.
No.
But we knew it was going to be hard without Tucker Kraft, and it's clearly. But Musgrave makes a couple plays, and they can't be this bad.
It just the Matt LaFleur confuses me because the way I see it, he just is afraid to be aggressive with Jordan Love because it seems like deep down he does not think he's as good as we think he
you
is.
could be right. I just don't know what aggressive means. I don't know if that means more passes or the passing plays that he set up.
It's how they play when they're losing. In their 7th drive today, it literally took them 7 drives.
How many did it take them against Carolina? Same thing.
9, maybe.
Now, granted, they weren't punting and they were moving the ball, but bad in the red zone. But I got to look back. I want to go back because I keep this stuff just for this reason. I want to look back at Carolina, the last play of the last series. Okay, here it is. Let's see. Pass, run, pass, run, pass, run. And then again, they got the 1st and goal to 7, and they ran 3 times in a row. Now, again, before that, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7 passes and 2 runs until they got 1st and goal to 7. Then they ran the ball 3 times.
I mean,
and they did almost identical to that in this last series. All right. Run, pass, run, pass, run, pass. So we're at 3 runs and 7 passes and 3 runs. And then they passed again to Jacobs, so it's 3 and 8. And then 2nd and 3 from the 6, they ran it for 6 yards.
Once they go down 2 possessions, their offense looks better than it does any other time because they just play it safe.
It has, yes. I don't. Yes, it does. All the play it safe or whatever. All I see is that all of a sudden they're passing the ball, and many of those plays are 5 and 6 and 8 yards.
And who knows? Maybe Matt LaFleur is hiding something from us, that maybe Jordan Love is worse than we think, because there are times when Jordan Love does something like today, like in the Dallas game,
but yet
like
when
in the Browns game.
When it looks really bad, he forgets, and then he's good.
Yes, he needs it. They should come out. Somebody said this on Twitter. The next game they play at Lambeau, they should just put 14 points on the board for the other team and put Jordan Love one interception on the board.
Yeah, it's got to be more than they got to be more than a touchdown. It has to be 2 possessions. 1 possession doesn't count.
Because that's the only time they come out with their pants on fire, trying with any urgency to score the ball.
And when they do it, now the defense for don't think too much of that is that the other team is playing the defense a little more loosely.
True.
Because they have the clock and they're letting them score.
But the Eagles also were playing safe tonight. Like the amount of times they ran it on 3rd and 10, 3rd and 8, just to get the ball.
No, they acted like they could win the game scoring only 13 points or 10 points. But,
well, they did.
But to assess the Packers' offense, you really do need to see it early in the game when the defense isn't saying, all right, we can give them underneath. We still have the clock. They don't have enough time to score twice. But just watching it, it feels different.
I mean,
the pace of it.
To have any chance of competing for anything worth bragging about,
That's
at this point in the year, you need to be progressing. And they have done nothing but regress.
Right.
No, you said it all offseason. They can't be a 7 seed again. They cannot be a 7 seed. And that's where we're headed right now.
Yes. And I'll take the 7 seed. It's that bad.
I would be impressed. Not impressed, but I'd be satisfied as a Packers fan.
I hope we get to the point later in the year we go, what the hell? How did that happen? Because the team now has to bounce back the way Jordan Love has shown us he can bounce back after the team screws up.
The way I see it right now, there's nothing they can do to not be underachievers on the year.
Probably, but bouncing back, yes, in the big picture of it. Right now, I just want to win a playoff game. That's my biggest dream. Before it was get to the NFC Championship game, but
I'm not ready to chalk up the Giants next week too. The fired coach bump is a real thing.
It is
in the NFL.
Short term, yes, it is.
And there's nothing scarier to the Packers than a team that has absolutely nothing to lose.
Well, but I expect them to be in the situation that we talked about with Love. They are now in a situation where there's almost nothing to lose.
You might as well go out with your pants on fire. Guns a-blazing.
Right. So they're, even whatever they were playing, whether it's the Giants or somebody else, I don't know. Is their quarterback hurt? Is he out for a while?
It's not confirmed yet, but it's looking like he has a concussion and will likely be out. So that even gives the Giants less to play for.
That is huge. No, right. But it doesn't change. It'd be easy to be the Packers coach. We just heard that the Giants will have no players and that the cheerleaders will be filling in.
Their top 3 offensive weapons are out.
I just want to let you know, you have proven you can lose to anybody.
Yeah.
So anybody who's in this room that's going to be overconfident, I don't know where you've been the last couple of weeks. We have shown the ability to lose to anyone. You can't. I don't have to tell you how bad they are because you've already proven you can lose to anybody. So let's go out and see what happens.
Why not?
Yes. It is now, write it down, 2:45. We made it till 2:45. How many thousands, millions do we have still listening? Wow. When does Evan Cohen and their show begin? 4?
They begin at
3?
5, I believe.
Oh, okay. But I think they're on earlier. They do a 4-hour show.
Yeah, they go 5 to 9.
What do we have? Is ESPN just national now until?
Yeah, national.
Okay. Do you get paid extra for working past 2?
I do not.
I'm disappointed. I thought we could make 3. Next.
The Homer Hour with special guests every day from 5 to 6.
I don't give a damn how well you run the ball when you score a touchdown on every possession.
The best 60 minutes of your day happens on the Homer Hour.
We're kicking butt. Okay, let's go through the second half. Possession, touchdown, possession, touchdown.